Hello. Is this gonna work? Picture in picture. Hello, everybody. I'm just checking this out now. This is our live stream today, everybody. I can't really see how many people are on here. I'm gonna have to do a little switcheroo. Let's see if we can make this happen. Yeah, it looks like we're live. Cold Reading Redemption. It's not getting monetized. Story of my life. Hey, looks like we got lots of people hanging here. Okay. Well, folks, I think we somewhat got this figured out. I'm just going to go orange. Yeah, orange me. All right. This isn't letting me go to it, though. Why? Oh, well. Okay. Bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. It looks like we have all the people. I can't see how many people are here, but I can see your comments. Welcome, everybody. I appreciate your patience very much. It has been a bit of an effort getting here. We're only half an hour late. No big deal. Now, unfortunately, I'm strapped a little bit for time today, too. But we'll definitely be able to do at least 2 of these sessions today. So welcome to our cold readings session for the day. Now, I'm going to just do a quick little shifty shift here and see if I can for sure get my Kala software up and running. Oh my gosh, it's nerve-wracking to get like technology happening. All right. Okay. So let me just see if I can present this. I can hear my laptop going like, it's taking off like an airplane right now. Come on, baby, you can do it. What I'm trying to do right now is to share my screen. Window, Kala. All right. So can you guys see like my Kala software here? You should be able to. Well, like, let's see. New birth chart, Crackle8. Whitby. So this is our chart of the moment. Let's see why I'm having so much trouble here. The moon is in Capricorn, opposite Mars. That's kind of interesting. I mean, shucks, like Mercury is in Virgo. We shouldn't be having that much trouble, but anyway. Looks like you guys can, yeah, cool. Okay, you guys can see me here. This I like best. Okay, we made it. We dung it. Ladies and gentlemen, this seems to be an okay way of getting our emergency situation all figured out. Yes, Silber, you are correct. We got retrogrades working against us. You know, I'm not one who is usually, oh, it must be because of the Gatorade that all this trouble is happening. I don't even really think we have too much stuff that's really crazy retrograde right now. We got Uranus, Saturn, and Neptune, and Pluto, all retrogrades. Basically all the outer planets, but that's not that uncommon. But I digress. There is some fun things going on in the universe right now. Sue Hopkinson just recently put a little post saying that the sun from September 9th to September 11th especially has been opposite Saturn in, I wonder if I can just click this. That'd be super cool. Full screen. Oh, wow. Amazing. So as we can see here, uh, yeah, Sue Hopkinson just mentioned that for a little bit back there, the sun was opposite Saturn, and now the sun's kind of coming to be opposite Neptune in Pisces. So there is a lot of interesting things there, especially because I've got a lot of things going on in Virgo, but I digress. Cool. All right. So our technology is working. Everybody's here happy and having fun. So, welcome to today's cold reading session. Now, I had it in mind to go through a bit of a flow, but now it looks like we ought to just dive in. Now, before everybody puts in their birth dates, we are going to do it. Sometimes happens when I'm on here that I'll tell someone that I'm going to make sure I do a cold reading for them. Now, this happened to happen with somebody who is here, my friend Jazz Star. Jazz Star is hanging with us here today. And I told Jazz Star that I would be doing a reading for them. You have sight and sound. Amazing. That's okay, Jazz Star. I told you that I would be doing this for you. Yeah, 5:30 p.m. So I think Jazz Star, you are probably going to be the first person that we do for the day. And once we're done with Jazz Star, we are going to we're going to pick at random. We're going to pick from our pile, and we're going to pick the next person for our reading. Jazz Star, I think that you mentioned that you were still just kind of getting into your astrology journey, and you are in a place where I think you'd be well served, from what I could tell, by a cold reading. Now, for swap, and also there was somebody named Sarah who was asking. Really, honestly, what I want everybody to know is that I'll only do this once in a while for a person. I don't know. I guess I do it a lot. I just love doing these readings for people who want it. But there's plenty of people now who want insight on their birth chart. So for swap and for everybody else, if you want to be a part of this any cold reading, you just join for the live, and you'll be putting in your birth time when we ask for it, and then we're going to go eeny meeny miny mo, and we're going to just go up and down. I'm going to pick a certain number. We do it differently every time, so that you might get chosen for the cold reading. Now, today was a shit show, but what I'm going to start doing once I've clued into this, and we've done it a lot, we're going to start possibly doing more cold readings. Possibly, I think twice a month is what I might start to be aiming for. And I don't know, but it's not going to be for a bit. But eventually, I want to do something like a membership or some kind of thing where, for those who have been watching me for a while, I love doing this stuff. But as time's going on, I'm finding I'm 32 now. I'm going to be 33 in November. And so I've just entered my Jupiter period. And now my Jupiter period I've had a lot of fun with my Venus period. The Venus period lasts from 12 years old to 32 years old. Then at 32, Jupiter kicks in, and I can feel it. I can feel the Jupiter wind in my sails. There's a lot of life that I'm becoming hungry to live. So with that being said, it's a weird and awkward thing for me being an astrologer, do what I'm doing, to advocate for myself and to get value out of the work that I'm doing, especially because I've been doing it as the way that I have for so long. But I think eventually I want to do like a membership type thing. I'm going to work it out. I'm not going to make it too crazy. I'm thinking like 10 or 15 bucks a month or something, where you'll be able to do the cold readings. And as well, you're also going to get exclusive videos, that kind of thing. I think that I might do something like that eventually. Going to be a while, One of the reasons is because I want to write this. I'm writing my books right now, and I'm going to be once I get this book written, I'm going to need some money to publish it officially and to do the whole 9 yards. Uh, so when that starts to come into play, it's not going to be for a bit. It's probably going to be a few months. When that comes into play, you'll be hearing about it, and we'll be doing more cold readings at that time. That way, you guys can continue to enjoy my work and also to have an opportunity to support me at the same time. Because you guys have already done so much to support me, and I appreciate it very much. Now, that reminds me, I've usually got a PayPal donation thing, but I'm not going to put it till the end. So keep your eyes and minds peeled for when that starts to go down. But for now, when I do these cold readings, it's good practice for me, and it's helping to push my name around. It's good practice for all of us, and it's a wonderful expression of our passion for consciousness and love and human beings. Thank you, Sways. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Toxica. Thank you, Jazz Star. Silber saying expansion equals Jupiter. Yes. And if I do it right, if I want to do it the right way, I'm going to do it so that you guys get a good value for what will happen at that time. So we'll talk about it. We'll feel it out. But already I'm getting in tune with my throat chakra, my heart chakra, with my openness for my future. And I thank you all for being a part of this journey with me. It really does mean a lot. Now, let's start rolling here. For everybody who's watching, Jazz Star, my friend, I'm sure that you've been watching these videos, but at the moment, you've been chosen. Now, I still always have to give a caveat for Jazz Star, as well as everybody who is watching. These are cold readings. Now, as I often like to say, I'm Leo rising, and I've got the sun being an important part of my chart because I'm a Leo rising. It's my rising sign lord. My sun is conjunct Mars and Pluto in Scorpio. I'm in the Pluto and Scorpio generation. So I dig deep. Now, with these videos, our intention is not to take your skeletons out of the closet and show them to the world for everybody. But the nature of the beast of astrology, some of the best work that I do, and some of the best way that I can express my talent and skill as an astrologer is to use my intuition and crack through a lot of the stuff that could be holding you back psychologically. A lot of astrology, and this is something I often say too, I don't do a lot of transit stuff, as in there are people who do it better than me. Susan Hopkinson is the best example I could give of someone who's really quite good at doing transits. When there's like a full moon, recently we had a full moon, I think it was at about 29 degrees of Capricorn, and the sun was in Cancer. And that resonated with when Pluto went through that area and the pandemic happened. She connects all things like a fabric to the one transit. So, I could move through that kind of thing, but I'm more of a natal chart person. So this is me. For me, the natal chart is such a key part of things. So when you are doing a reading with me, you've got to pay attention to the fact that I am going to dig deep into your natal chart. And I'm doing this to bring realization, self-reflection. That being said, you have to remember that the way I am is I like to, is this a thing or is this a thing? This might have possibly happened in your life. I could be pointing to the possibility that this trauma, that this difficult thing with your family at an early age might have happened. And when I do, you're a Jazz Star, for you in particular, but for everybody who watches me, you're under no obligation to say anything that you don't want to say. The Scorpio in me, it's pushing the pus out of the pimple. I can be so visceral, and that's just how I am. This is what we're here for. And obviously, when you do a personal session with me, I go much deeper with that. I do pull my punches here live. But yeah, Deborah just said it well. That is where all the secrets are, is in natal astrology. That for me, that's the best place to go at. So that being said, Jazz Star, my dear, uh, don't feel obliged to say anything you don't want to, but feel free to anything that you can give us in terms of the reading is going to help us understand you and understand how we can best and most logically move through this horoscope reading with you. So now, Jazz Star, after having said this, I don't know if you've ever heard that spiel before. Let me know one more time if you're still, yeah, feel free to let the bats out. Okay, it looks like you're on par with me here. Good. That's funny. Cam says, I totally want those nasty things exposed. Don't we all? It's getting like a pimple when it comes on your face. It's because it's better out than in. And a lot of the times that's how we roll here in astrology. So let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do this. Now, okay. So we're doing Jazz Star. You have been chosen, my friend. Now, Jazz Star, I'm going to peek one more time at your birth date up here. Might have lost it. Okay. February 23rd, 1977. February 23rd, 1977. And that was at 5, no, it would be 17:30. That's PM. And I believe you said it was in New York. Brooklyn, New York. We got a Brooklyner. Wonderful. I always hear my friends say, I think the New Yorkers, no, it's Boston. Boston's the one that likes coffee. You can park the car at the Harvard Yard. But New York is like, I don't know the difference between the two. But I have friends that are always on that shit. Okay, Brooklyn, New York is what I'm looking for. Brooklyn, is Brooklyn spelled with an I? Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn, LAGAUTMN. Brooklyn Heights. Brooklyn Hospital. I guess that's probably it. Okay. Well, Jazz Star, when I put in February 23rd, 1977 at 5:30 p.m. at Brooklyn Hospital, New York, what I get is a Virgo at about 4 degrees. Now, let's see. I might have just missed a whole bunch of comments. It's hard to enjoy New York fully as a Virgo. Okay, so you're Virgo rising. All right, I think we're on the right track here, folks. So Jazz is oh, cool. I can show these like this. Neato. So I'm using StreamYard, which is not my usual software, but it's kind of cool. I've used it before. Allows us to, whenever Jazz or anybody else makes a cool comment, we can throw it on. Okay. Okay, I think we're finally getting to where we want to be here, ladies and germs. So Jazz Star, my friend, we have your chart in front of me here. Now, what I would love to be able to do is to be able to read these comments while they're happening. Here we go. Yeah. All right. All right. We're in it now, folks. Now I can see the comments. And now I think I can just focus on the reading here. So, for everybody, without further ado, we are now digging into our natal reading with Jazz Star. It's 11:52. We're only going to do 2 charts today. It's it's funny because these readings can really, I'm taking somebody's whole fucking life in my hands when I do a reading. So the fact that we had a bit of a technology headache at the beginning, we just got to acknowledge how annoying that was. But we're here and we're ready to flow. So, Jazz Star, let's take a dig at the first things. While, at the beginning, Jazz, yes, Virgo 4 degrees, that's correct. Jazz, let us know if you have any particular things you are interested in talking about in this reading. It's okay if not. If there's anything going on in particular in your life, I'm going to have to age drop you, and I'm sorry to say that. You're born 1977. 1979 would be the goat. That would be the earth goat. 78 would be the... No, that wouldn't be the fire horse. Oh, that'd be the earth horse. Is that right? Yeah, I guess it would. Wow. So why is my brain farting on this right now? No, 77 is the fire snake. Got it. And then 78 would be the earth. Yeah, okay, good. So 77 is the fire snake, I believe. Jazz. And so 1977, 87, 97, 2007, 2017. You're about 47 right now. So you are at a very critical age of your life. Now, Marina is asking of what's with the numbers on the houses being a little bit off. Of course, I am a tropical Vedic astrologer, and we're using the whole sign house system primarily. But the house cusps I use are Placidus. So the Placidus house cusps are going to be sometimes a little bit, it's house cusps. As a tropical Vedic astrologer, we mainly use the whole sign house system, just like Hellenistic astrology, just like the very old styles of astrology. But it isn't useful to add in the Placidus house cusp or whatever kind of house cusps you use to give a little bit of extra information on how the house cusp energy plays out. We almost treat house cusps as almost like another planet in a way. For example, the second cusp for this person, the second house cusp, is falling into the first sign from the rising sign. So we have a bit of the second house falling into the first house energy. Second cusp falls into the first house. And that almost, we can treat that second house, especially if there's any planets there or aspecting that second house, that energy is going to be apparent in the first house. So let's begin by just taking a quick little read at what Jazz has said here. Now, Jazz is saying, again, I thank you for, I thank you, Jazz, for allowing us to know a little bit about your present situation. You're saying you've got some issues with your mom and family, good family, but there are issues. You're open to hearing if you're the problem in the whole situation. Oh, that's sweet of you. It's likely that there's always a little bit of both going on, but anything is possible, and it's hard for an astrologer to pinpoint it. My job here is not to tell you who the blame is for your karma. My job is to reflect and to be a sort of mirror for reflecting on what could be the things that you're going through from your perspective. So you're 47 years old, and you are you're right in the period of your K2 maturing. You're right on the last year, and K2 really continues to mature as time goes on, even into, you're like, once you're about 50 is when you've kind of gone through much of the K2 maturation. So that's a whole thing that we could talk about, and it's worth it. Let's just take a quick minute here before we even, look completely at Jazz's chart. I just want to say, when somebody is now, I've just recently put out a video called the evolutionary calendar, the age-based patterns. And if you look in that video, you'll see that I talk about how every person has age. There's certain ages where we all experience similar things. At 36, Saturn matures, your Rahu begins to come online, because K2 is our root. And we're going to talk about the fact that obviously we have somebody here who has K2 in the sign of Aries, in that 8th house, in the whole house system. And that Venus is there too. We're also going to have to deal with that Rahu in Libra in the 2nd house. That Rahu Pluto in Libra in the 2nd house. That, and with the 3rd house cusp there too, that does signify some possible things going on with family. The 2nd house, right? It's the foundation of your early childhood, the foundation of your abundance energy, your resources, and that's Rahu there, which means it's likely that you've been really stuck possibly in the early part of your life in K2 in the 8th house of Aries, with that Venus there, interestingly, and Chiron. Chiron, K2, and Venus all in the sign of Aries. So Aries K2 is going to be, K2 is the root. It's what we grow through. K2 is what we have to, karma, how karma works, how enlightenment works, how samadhi works, is that you got to have something to dissolve. I've been reading a lot of Krishna literature. What's coming to my mind, Krishna is a transcendental love singularity. Krishna manifests incarnations with karma, like the prodigal son of the Bible. It's becoming not Krishna that allows us to return to Krishna. It's becoming an individuated karmic soul that allows us return to the love of the infinite. And we all need to enter karma through some point. And K2 is the liberation. It's the moksha. It's the place where we entered karma. So it's the same doorway that we exit karma. It's the same way that it's the thing that needs to get dissolved. So having K2 in any place in anyone's chart, that is the place where we develop a foundation. And it's a very critical foundation that it's hard to let go of what happens with K2. I often say that it's like, you imagine you're in a room and you're standing in the middle of the room, and there's a pillar. And there's a pillar at your back. You're looking all the way around the room, and you're looking at everything through Rahu and your whole chart, and you're thinking, how do I deal with what's happening in front of me? How do I deal with my life? And the whole time your back is leaning up against this pillar, and that's K2. It's the one place it's the one piece of furniture that you wouldn't think to look under, because you're too close to it. That's what K2 is. We use K2 unconsciously in everything that we do. But it's so central to our emotional security paradigm that we're blind to it. Now at 36, Saturn matures and Rahu turns on. Once Rahu turns on at 36, we begin to, Rahu is something that we dive deeply into because we've always been stuck in Ketu. And Ketu begins to become unsatisfying. We often go into Ketu and we even create a matrix of Ketu. In this case, remember, we're talking about somebody with Ketu in the 8th house in Aries. So this person could be creating a matrix around Ketu related to, I'm especially speaking to this because remember, Ketu matures at 48 and this person is right there. So we're going to have to talk about your Mars. I haven't even looked at it yet, but for now, I'm just looking at my comments and, what the heck, I guess I'll actually just peek here. When it comes to Ketu, it's so central to our emotional security paradigm that we will almost create false realities that make us feel comfortable in our Ketu. In this case, we have Ketu in Aries. Now, Mars here is doing, Mars is starved by, Mars here is starved by Mercury. It's conjunct Mercury. That Mercury is probably technically a bit malefic because it's with malefic Mars. It's in the same, they're both in Tanishta, so they're both working through the same nakshatra. Mars as the Ketu Lord is also, it's getting a nice, it's getting an aspect by Jupiter. Let's just take a peek at that. Aspects. Jupiter is aspecting Mars at 34 points, and Jupiter's a friend of Mars, although Jupiter's in Taurus, so its aspect can only do so much. So this Mars is ultimately, it's also getting a little bit from the moon. So Mars is not being totally damaged by that Mercury, but there is something to be said about in this chart, Mars is starved by Mercury. Mars is the Ketu Lord, is starved and almost even a bit agitated by Mercury. So that's something we're definitely going to have to speak to. Now, here's something interesting too, is that we have Rahu, the Rahu and Pluto Lord. It's very interesting. Pluto is in Libra with Rahu in that 2nd house. So Venus is going to show a very key dimension of how this person is going to enter Rahu. It's painful 2nd house kind of stuff that needs to work through Ketu and Venus in the 8th house. So that's very interesting. That's something that we're going to digest. I got to dig into my notes from Ernst Wilhelm and dig into what it means when the Rahu Lord is with Ketu. You guys have seen me do this before. But before we get there, before we start digging into Rahu exactly, let's remember one of the main signifying things that's going on in a chart like this is that Ketu is maturing right now. It's one of the key dimensions of this person is that you are going to need to learn to come into a healthy use of Aries, which is looking out for my needs. Now, when you are young, it's probably likely that you are very stuck in being a self-centered person. Now, this could be a soft spot for you, Jazz. You seem like such a nice person. I think you've been developing on that Venus and on that Libra. You've got Pluto and Rahu in Libra. Having Pluto and Rahu in Libra. Pluto there is interesting because Pluto is almost more like Ketu. Pluto is like a deep root. It's something that we struggle with, but it is something that's a very deep part of ourselves that's hard to let go of. So having Pluto in Libra would almost show an overly diplomatic person, someone who does not advocate for themselves. It's likely that the world has conformed to put pressure on you to not advocate for yourself, to not do the Aries thing. But your K2 internally is K2 in Aries, right? I can see. So, it's not a bad thing to be self-aware and to be operating from a place of self-awareness and, you know, healthy self-awareness. What might have happened for you in your life is up to about 36, you might have actually had this self-centered experience, what we would call a self-centered personality. Then up to about 36, your Rahu started to turn on. And what you probably started to think is that, there's actually a key part of you hidden in Libra. And I'm not even speaking to Pluto right now. I'm speaking to Rahu. Rahu is actually a spiritual. It's considered to be a part of the Atma. There's a word for it that's not coming to me, but it's a key part of the soul is in Rahu. And how we learn to gain that, in this case, Libra second house, even Plutonian energy. There's a Plutonian energy that's a part of you. And how we learn to gain that is by struggling to let go of the Aries. Now, what always happens with Rahu is that it's so delicious, it's so novel that we jump for it. We don't think to lock the van. And this is the problem that most people have in their experience with Rahu, is that when you have been K2 for so long, Rahu comes along and it's like, oh my God, I'm going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm going to completely let go of my K2 and Aries nature and dive into Libra. So then probably around 36, especially around 43, you would have been learning about how to completely take on more Libra-like diplomatic qualities of making sure everybody else around you is happy, being in a mutual exchange of energy, not necessarily just doing things for yourself. And especially with Pluto there, as Rahu came on, especially around the age 43, when Rahu matures, it's usually a very big, difficult thing that happens there. It's Rahu's maturation as well as the Uranus opposition at age 43. So for you, Jazz, it's likely that at some point around 36, this started coming on, and at 43, it probably would have manifested very strongly, where the Plutonian Libra forced you to be diplomatic at the expense of advocating for yourself. This would have been very good because it's giving you the Rahu energy, but Rahu is like Ketu, where once Rahu turns on, you do it way too much. You don't think about your roots in Ketu. Having Rahu and Pluto here in the second house and in there in Libra for a Virgo, this kind of signifies that family, the emotional feelings of being like likable to the people who are closest to you. This is the thing that this is the thing that Ketu and Aries would have been stopping you from having, is being liked by your closest loved ones, because you're probably a business-oriented person. For a Virgo rising, Aries is the unstable 8th house. This is a person, anyone with any strong emphasis of the 8th house is somebody who goes out into the world and is using their 8th house business savvy. They're connecting with groups of people that are outside of their personal family and their own personal resources. It's an erotic energy. It's a psychic energy, especially with Chiron there. It's kind of interesting because Chiron there is signifying that at first, especially, you might have been somebody, and with Venus there, it's very interesting. It's like you would have sought to get your deeper second house. The second house and 8th house is a very erotic, psychoerotic stability axis. The second house is looking to feel abundant, to feel pretty, to feel accepted by the group that you're in, like your personal group, your personal friends, and the people who give you resources. You might have having Venus in that eighth house with Ketu there and with Chiron there, it's very possible that Chiron would have drawn you to learn about to learn about Venus, to learn about Aries, to learn about that Venus in Aries with difficulty. It would have been very difficult for you at first. And how you probably would have learned to have your own personal feeling of erotic sentiment and like psychoerotic abundance. Again, it's like it's the feeling that you're, like beautiful people get doors open for them. There's a luck that comes from not just being beautiful physically, but having a beautiful second house energy. Now, you might have felt early in your life that like doors are all closed to you because you're like a bump on the log to people. And as time went on, Chiron would have put pressure on this point on the eighth house. And through the eighth house, you might have experienced that with the second house, it's what you have, but it's with the eighth house, it's what you can put on. It's the frescoed eyelids, is that you can make yourself dolled up and pretty for other people and to have an energy that's almost a bit erotic and magnetic. I don't know, Jazz, because I don't know where you're at with this, but this is the kind of experience that I'm seeing kind of happening with this eighth house energy. And especially early in your life, instead of developing, again, the second house is what you have. And typically, you don't really got to necessarily fight for the second house. It emanates from you. The second house is much more stable than the eighth house. The eighth house, you got to fight for. So this is a person who has to fight through Venus is ruling Libra, which is the second house. That's like the feeling of belonging and being appreciated and attractive for what you are and what you have gained over time. You've developed, like it's Taurus, it relates to Taurus. So it's like you're doing things with friends who will all hang out together because this is my girlfriend. We've always hung together. We've always worked together doing things, we don't necessarily need to fight to hold each other. Now, you probably have friends that give you that feeling, but you almost have to push for it. You have to fight for it. You got Venus in the eighth house with K2 there and Chiron. So this is kind of like you've had to not fight for it, but the eighth house with its instability is you can create, there's great almost wealth. And the wealth is coming from the feeling through Pluto and Rahu at an early age that I don't have the security that I seek. I don't feel entirely secure. And instead of attracting it through the second house, you've attracted it through the unstable eighth house, which is, there's divinity everywhere. There's even, like in a situation like this, there could have been points in your life, especially from 12 to 32 in your Venus period, where you probably felt like you wanted to gain the second house energy by being radiant, attractive, psychically magnetic to powerful groups of people, possibly men, possibly women, people with money, who all just want to have you around for this juicy energy that you apply to the group. And it's likely that part of the lessons of this axis has been to find that a lot of those people who you connected with through that psychoerotic magnetism probably don't actually give a shit about you. They probably just want your energy. This is like psychic vampire land a little bit going on with this placement. Now, it's Asura energy in a way. The Asuras are the lizardy, toothy, erotic, beautiful, gemstone-covered dragon serpent people who are like master yogis. They can put a lot of energy into things, but they do it for rajasic reasons and sometimes tamasic reasons. Now, Jazz, you say that you were in a relationship. Do you mean that you were in a relationship with somebody from 13 years old to 33? Is that what you mean by that? Because that is certainly that's 20 years. Being in a relationship from 13 years old, right at the beginning of your Venus period, and you were in that relationship with that person. Yes. So you were in that relationship with that person from 13 to 33. Then at 33, your Jupiter period kicked in, and something different was either coming through you or through your partner. Now, I wonder how much was that partner at the same age as you? Hopefully. Hopefully they weren't much older, because 13 is a finicky age for somebody to be having this kind of relationship. Now, thank you, Cami. That I guess I should finish where my head was going with that is that Asura energy has its purpose. What happened in this eighth house, if I'm right about this Asura energy, and it's something that you probably move through, is it's a powerhouse energy. So he was 15 at that time. Okay. So that's not, he's 2 years older than you. So, you were both in a period of puppy dog love. You both had Pluto in Libra, but he was 15. So his Rahu was probably, his Rahu is basically either in Virgo or in Leo. So, yeah. So his Rahu is probably in Virgo or in Leo. Is that right? He's 2 years. My brain is just off today. Rahu goes backwards, forward in time. So if he was younger, it would be backwards. So if he's older, then it would be forwards, actually. Right. Okay. So he's probably either in Scorpio, probably Sagittarius. He probably had Rahu and Sagittarius on your 4th house. Interesting that if you had Rahu and Sagittarius, you entered your Jupiter period and left. Or, you guys broke up at that time. Now, Jazz says it's partly why I have issues with my mom who allowed that to happen. You weren't ready for all that. So, Jazz, you met a guy who probably has Rahu and Sagittarius on your Neptune, and your mom allowed that to happen. Very interesting. Okay. So obviously, it's a very young age. The boy is 2 years older than you. That's not that crazy. So, in my brain, I think a mother would be good to warn you, to tell you and ask you, like, are you sure about what you're doing? So was your mother very absent in this time in your life, Jazz? Was it difficult? Yeah, very intense thing to happen at such a young age, as Sways is saying. And, Silver and I are kind of wondering the same thing. And again, Jazz, I'm going to ask this. Feel free to let us know by your own accord, because we're getting into some touchy stuff here. I know that you don't have the intention of throwing a dart at your mother here on a forum like this, but if you should feel like sharing, if your mother was not a part of your life or was not there to help develop you and to help you understand what you're going through, then it would be, what might have happened here is that you might have been, the way you say it, you were kind of almost pushed into this thing. Like, not that your mother pushed you, she allowed it to happen, and he wanted it to happen. And it's interesting that you seem to not feel like you had the choice. You got that Pluto in Libra in the second house. So, right. So she wasn't absent, but she didn't prepare you and she was passive. You think she was okay with you jumping into having grandkids. Right. Okay. So you guys broke up at 33, Jazz. Now, if you don't, if you don't mind me asking, my dear, did you end up having children with this guy? I wonder if that's what ended up happening with you guys. Is that was your mother living vicariously through her desire for you to have kids so that she could have grandkids? And was this running through her mind when you were like 13? Because Jazz, I want you to consider really that uh, having Pluto with Rahu in Libra in that second house can relate to like big family. There would have been it's I could see there being a pressure on you to so you never wanted to have kids, ironically, and you didn't have kids with this person. So I'm just okay. Thank you, Jazz. Now I want to just bring to the thought here that I hear you saying that your mom allowed that to happen and you weren't ready for all that. Yeah, it often happens that people will live life through their daughter. But in this case, I want to point out the fact that whatever you went through at that time, at that very young age, you were going out with this guy. It seems to me like maybe you would have sensed that your mother would have been talking with you about it. But instead, for some reason, maybe your mother had some kind of maybe your mother was blocked when she was very young from having some kind of love experience. Maybe your parents, maybe your mother's parents stopped her from living the life that she wanted to live and having the love that she wanted to live. So you get to be 13 years old and you're asking your mom, like, is it okay for me to do this? And she's like, well, I'm not going to be like my parents and stop my daughter from living the life she wants to live. So, yes, honey, live your life. Go and live your life and have that experience. And this to you, especially with that Plutonian Libra energy, that allowance has translated, it seems, in your mind to be a sort of uh, not a pressure, but like a feeling that something happened to you. There's a feeling of victimization that seems to be kind of happening there. And I'm not, I'm thinking about that because of the way things have unfolded here. So it's probably good if we just digest this a little bit further on my end. Now, you've said you feel like she didn't see you for who you were and didn't realize that you needed guidance. Right. Okay. Fair. What's very interesting is that in your chart, you actually have an okay moon. Your moon is actually, it's exalted. And it's, of course, also very much delighted by this very strong Jupiter. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Jupiter is definitely your strongest planet in Shadbala. Like crazy. Which is interesting because Jupiter, it's in like the ninth house and it's in Taurus where it's not typically all that happy. Uh, but it's got crazy Ionabala. The Chestabala is not even that crazy. The Thrigbala is okay. It's just got huge. I guess it's this Kalabala that's giving your Jupiter so much points. But yeah, and it's got big Stanabala too. So either way, you've got a lot of energy. Wow. Your sun and moon have also got huge Stanabala too. The sun is probably the loudest energy for you. When people talk to you, they probably see a very strong sun energy, especially because the sun is in the seventh house. Because it's a good moon, but only so you're wondering about the moon, but only bad aspects. So when you say bad aspects, do you mean the squares that are kind of going on to it? Because you do have a. I wonder if you were the one that was mentioning that you've got the grand cross happening between the moon, Uranus, Mars and Mercury, and Saturn. I think in this chart, what is standing out to me, I almost feel like we really dug really deeply into uh, some childhood stuff, which is often where I go. But, and I should say to everybody, this is the problem with cold reading is that I will often read the whole chart before I dig into anything deep. Yes, that was you. Yeah. So Jazz was asking me about this grand cross that we're just going to talk a little bit about here. But I should say, yeah, it's good for me to mention. It's humbling for me and good for all of you, I think, to see my process of what I'm doing here with this live. Swap. This is Kala software. That's what I'm using. You can look up Kala software. It's Ernst Wilhelm's personal software that he created. But yeah, I want to say that, I feel like I dove a little bit too much into my fucking Scorpio thing without looking at the whole chart. This is the danger of cold readings. And on my end, I can see that I should be taking a little bit more time to digest before getting too deeply into anything because there's so much to look at. No, Jazz, that's okay. I can feel there's a moment where I go, okay, we've gotten to the guts of this chart. So I digress. I wanted to mention to everybody that, as when we go through these cold readings, it's a process for me also of reminding myself of what being an astrologer is all about. I like to humbly give these nods when they happen because it's important for me to be humble in that sense. Now, what I really see being a very tricky part of this chart is the Saturn. Thankfully, the Shadbala on it isn't too bad. We've got some not so great Shadbala on Mars and especially not so great Shadbala on Mercury. The Digbala is not great. The Stanabala is just under 100%. And Stanabala is like, it's important for Mercury, especially Stanabala. It's your ability to show up for that planet. The Ionabala is okay, but the Chestabala is not great. Now, thankfully, for Mercury's sake, remember with Shadbala, the planets are grouped into 3 groups. The Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter are one of those groups. So Mercury is very weak, but its friends, its partners of Shadbala, it's Jupiter and the Sun, are very strong. All 3 of them, Jupiter, Sun, and Mercury, have low Chestabala, unfortunately. And all 3 of them, Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter, also have low Digbala. So Digbala is it's an important power. So this lacking Digbala in the Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter shows a lack of yoga power for those 3 planets, and that relates to inspiration and the feeling of expanding yourself. Lacking Chestabala is a sort of similar thing. It's a difficulty in pushing forward for what you know is the inspiration that you want to follow. It's even when it comes to what you want to do with your life. Lacking Shadbala in Sun, Mercury, and Jupiter can show a difficulty and again following your inspiration in a lot of ways, your creative, the playful, forward-going inspiration. But the Sun and Jupiter are pretty okay though. Once you got into your Jupiter period, you probably wouldn't have been doing too bad. Although, your Jupiter is in Taurus, and Jupiter doesn't really like being in Taurus, but it's with the moon, so it's delighted by the moon. And it's also getting an aspect from Mars and as well, even a little bit from the sun. So overall, Jupiter's not doing too bad. I think the main planet that's really getting squawked at here is Saturn. Now, Saturn is opposite Mercury, which is giving Saturn a boost, but Saturn is opposite Mars. Saturn has Mars for an enemy. The sun is, Saturn is in Leo, so it's going to be heavily starved by the sun. And it's in a bit of a square to the moon. So that Saturn is really taking it hard. And it's in Leo, which is not its favorite dignity. And it's in the 12th house. So that Saturn being in that 12th house is a tricky thing going on there. Now, it's interesting. Like, there's lots of things that we could say about this. Suze. I wonder if I should call you Suze or Sways. Let me know. Let me know. But maybe for now, I'll call you Suze. Sue says teenage years for a girl are vulnerable. We mature more quickly than boys, and it creates a sort of illusion that we're ready for the world, but actually we're still children and need protection. That's very helpful, Suze. Yeah. Now, Jazz is still young at heart and has a lot of compassion for your journey. And that is a very key thing in becoming into your understanding of how to deal with your chart. I'm very glad to hear that you've got that proper perspective, Jazz. Now, Silver, I've been bouncing around a little bit. You're asking, is it a sense of selflessness or just confusion concerning the self? Not exactly sure what you mean there, Silver. Maybe it's I've been bouncing around, so let me know if you could clarify what you're asking there, Silver. But for now, I have the instinct of just kind of looking over this whole chart and see what's going on here. So Mars and Mercury especially are weak in Shadbala. Saturn is agitated in the 12th. So that Saturn is really probably the most finicky position. Plus, Saturn does not like being close to the first house cusp. So that Saturn is hurting in its Digbala as well. Saturn, another thing that you guys can think of is that this is a person with Ketu in Aries. Having Ketu in Aries is almost like having the rising sign as being Aries, but it's like an emotional, energetic rising sign. It is it's an energy that we operate through psychologically when we put ourselves towards anything. It's something that's always in the back of our minds. So if you've got K2 in Aries, any planet that has difficulty in Aries is going to feel more of the brunt of your Aries-like energy. See you later, Mo. Nice seeing you. So this Saturn is, it's actually kind of trine to this K2. But, the K2 in Aries is definitely going to put a bit more of a Aries energy that's going to be self-pushy. You're going to push oneself in the Aries way, which has its place, but that is going to further cause a little bit more heat and harm to Saturn. Okay, so now something I quickly want to poke at here. Wow, yeah, Mercury's got really ugly negative yoga power. Now, thankfully, Mercury is the first lord, which is For a Virgo rising, Mercury rules the first house and the 10th house. So there's not any, like the planets that rule, for example, the 8th house. Yeah, this is a funny, tricky thing. Mercury is very vulnerable here, and through Shadbala, as we know, and it's with the unstable 8th lord, which is also the 3rd lord, Mars. Mars rules the 3rd house, where Uranus is, and the 8th house, which is channeling K2. So that Mars is a very unstable, finicky Mars in the 6th house. The 6th house is also a difficult place for Mercury. So all of this is happening on the 1st and 10th lord. So the 1st and 10th lord have some difficulty in this chart. And the instability, the emotional, psychomagnetic, erotic instability of that 8th house K2 energy is really digging into this Mercury, so that almost like the whatever karma that you've sought to express through the 8th house of Aries has probably okay, thanks Silver. uh this psychomagnetic, erotic energy of the 8th house, of the power seeking, using unstable, connecting money and efforts with other people to possibly get a window of opportunity to advance forward in life. All of this stuff has probably eaten away at your 1st and 10th lord. See, Virgo loves to have a skill. Virgo loves to have a skill, and it loves to have, the 1st lord is tied in with the 10th lord. You see, Virgo rules the 1st house, Gemini rules the 10th house. Mercury rules both of these. So for a Virgo, the 1st house is tied in with the 10th house. Virgo and I think Pisces are the only signs that are like that. Everything, because they're in a square, right? There's no other rising sign that's going to be tied into the 10th house that way except for Pisces. So Virgo, one of the key aspects of Virgo's ego is to have a set, a positive feeling about their career life, and about their ability to have some kind of way of progressing forward in themselves. 10th house progressing forward, 1st house in themselves. They progress through the progression of their career. And not just their career, but the thing that they do to perpetuate their career, their skill. It's Virgo. Skill, talent, Mercury. So for this Mercury to get so gummed up in the 6th house, it's probably there's like debt, the Mercury and Mars being agitated by Mercury, and Mars being the 8th and 3rd lord and a malefic. They're hurting each other for different reasons. Mercury's harming Mars because Mercury is an enemy to Mars. But Mars is really doing a number on Mercury because Mars is a malefic. Mars is, and again, Mars is the 8th and 3rd lord. So there's the 8th house energy of Mars. It's like, you got to think about it. Like Virgo is an earthy sign. It wants to have a stable way to progress forward and to have skills that people can rely on for it. Now, the 8th lord, Mars, is that instability of the 8th house is like what could happen here is like, let's say you've got an opportunity to go to college, or you've got an opportunity to progress forward in a career that's kind of meaningful to you, or that's stable, that really you identify with, to develop a skill. That's really the best way to put it with Mercury, with Virgo. It's to develop a skill that feels good. Virgo is Gemini is is more opportunistic. Virgo's bread is buttered on the side of feeling good about the skill that it's applying itself to. Mars, the 8th lord Mars with that K2 energy comes along and says, I need to, like this is somebody who could like go to Hollywood to try and be an actor instead of developing on some kind of reliable skill. This is somebody who could get into all kinds of, like pyramid schemes through that eighth lord, or get rich quick schemes, or something, or connecting with a person and being their, wife, or, person who connects with them. Uh, Almost like it's like sugar baby energy. And the eighth house K2 Chiron Venus there, sugar baby energy could almost obstruct Virgo's capacity to develop a solid skill that relates to who Virgo is, that relates to who you truly are. Now, marriage probably would be important to you. Marriage would probably be a way for you to, yeah. So Jazz has a million hobbies and interests, a jack of all trades, a master of none. That's cool. With the first and 10th lord in the 6th house, it's probably an energy of, having many talents and ways to essentially feel like you're hacking away at your debt. And to feel like you are being practical and constructive, right? It's interesting that the practical constructiveness of Mercury here in the 6th house, just feeling like it wants to be, again, not wasting its time, being functional, being frugal, because that's a Venus thing. That's a Virgo thing. It's tricky. It's really tricky having Pluto and Rahu in Libra for a Virgo rising, because Venus is debilitated in Virgo. So the nature of your Virgo rising, with its sort of humbleness, it doesn't put too much value on itself, which I almost see in you, Jazz. You're sweet. You're so Jazz, I think, God bless you. Oh, I love Virgos. God, it always makes me cry. I think, Jazz, you're the only person who has said, it's okay, you can stop doing the reading. I feel like you've done enough. You Virgos always get me. Virgo rising is where Venus is debilitated. So I got Venus debilitated in Virgo with Jupiter there. So Virgo rising energy is going to be difficult for any heavy Libra karma. And this putting yourself down kind of energy could also translate into, you having some kind of, again, Virgo first house advocating for yourself and progressing forward through some kind of skill. But you might have, instead of focusing on what is good for yourself, your identity, and your self-appreciation, by humbly working hard on whatever it is that you're doing, you might have had opportunistic 8th house things that sort of teased you into feeling like you don't necessarily need to work on yourself if you go with this opportunity. If you go with this person, with this man, with this person who's going to save you. I wonder if you had a similar experience from 13 to 33 with that first partner that you had, Jazz. The feeling like my destiny is taken care of with this guy. Although ironically, you've said from the beginning that you are giving your destiny and your choice of what you want to do in your life to somebody who you have expressed as you almost felt like you didn't have a choice. It's like that unstable 8th house energy came to you and through Mars and put pressure on you to be with him. And instead of building on yourself, you might have given a lot of energy to this person from a very early age, feeling like you kind of had to. And you know how it is with relationships like this. Once you're about 20, the further you go into it, he did take care of you in many ways. I'm sure that he did, Jazz. So what we have to consider too is that the further we get into a relationship like this, the deeper it's going to feel when you get out of it. when it stops. So that's a difficult thing. If you're 20 years in with this person, if you're 10 years in with this person and it doesn't feel right, and it doesn't feel like you've got your destiny in your own hands. It's just this person, I've grown attached to this person, and it's possible that you grew dependent on what he did do to take care of you. Because I know you're saying he did take care of you in many ways. But what I'm wondering is how much of yourself, how much of your independence, how much of your self-reliance did you give up because this person took care of you in ways that weren't actually meaningful to you? Now, you don't have to answer that, Jazz, but this is something for you to digest. And it's also something for you to digest at this present time while you are in your K2 maturation. Because if we're on track with this, and this Mars as the K2 Lord burrowing away at your self-identity and your own career, you've got to at some level, this could always be an energy that you experience with any lover that you move through, where they're going to come along and ease a lot of pains for you, but what are you going to have to give up? It's like the person who walks around with crutches. They've lost muscle, and let's say they don't even have a broken leg. They just felt like walking around with crutches and using their arm strength instead, because now I don't have to use my legs. This person is taking care of my legs for me. But then one day when that person isn't there and you need to use your legs, and you don't have any muscle in your legs because you've been walking around on crutches. So you have to consider this whenever you are dealing with love, even at this present time. I don't know if you are still moving through love experiences with people at this time. You're only 47. Like that's still hella young. You know, uh, I would love for you to consider the importance of being aware that your eighth house energy and the emotional desire that you have to connect with powerful people, and even really, again, Venus being in the second house, channeling Pluto and Rahu of the second house through the eighth house, you might feel like your personal erotic abundance and the feeling like you're valuable. That's the second house. This value, especially for women, can come from the feeling of being attractive, erotic, and making other people's lives better. That's a very second house thing. But of course, it's especially a Libra second house thing ruled by Venus, which naturally rules Taurus as well. You might feel like your personal value for yourself comes from being of value to others. And this is one of those tricky things. Is you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you just said, okay, fuck it, I'm not going to fall in love with anybody. I'm going to ignore all men. I'm going to ignore all women. I'm going to be a renunciate. That will be an escape. And you'll feel like you are just running away, I think. I don't know. You'd have to tell me. Yeah, this is an interesting point. But I'll finish this first, is that I would imagine with this eighth house energy that you shouldn't necessarily escape from connecting with people because of this codependence that you develop. But when you do connect with somebody, as you've said, it is important for you to work on your independence. And I think one of the great ways that you can do that is to develop Mercury, a playful ability to have a skill, recreational hobbies, and talents that you enjoy for yourself. Of course, my dear, the tricky thing with astrology is that we know that your Mercury is not set up to really powerfully, naturally ooze with that. It's very likely because Mercury has such difficult Shadbala for you that when you were at the age of would have been about from 3 years old till about 12 years old, prepubescent friendship energy where you're learning in school and elementary school and you're finding things that you enjoy for yourself, right? That's the prince. That's Mercury. That's Buddhi. From 3 years old to 12 years old, you're not through puberty yet. So it's just, what do you enjoy doing outside of being a woman who's valuable to men? That's Mercury. And if you can develop on that, even do some Mercury mantra. You can find it on Google. We could look at what the heck, fuck, let's shoot the shit. I have to say this because you mentioned financial independence is something that you get locked in with through this 8th house K2 energy burrowing away at your own Mercury. That's an important comment that you gave us there. So let's go on Google. Vedic astrology has all sorts of different remediations that you can do when you have a planet that has difficulty. Gemstone for Mercury. So, I don't always advocate for this, but this is just the kind of stuff that we can kind of play with here. I'm going to go present, stop screen, present, share screen. That one, yes. Oh, come on, go away. Okay, you guys should be able to see me here. So it seems to me the gemstone for Mercury is typically emerald, green tourmaline, periodot are Mercury gemstones of Vedic astrology, right? Blue agate, that has that blue that promotes clear communication. You should definitely be working through your throat chakra. We can almost gems equals emerald, blue agate, this kind of stuff. Throat chakra exercises and energies is stuff that's going to be good for you communicating to yourself the things that you like enjoying, and to other people, talking with other people about the things that you enjoy doing. Speaking even to your partner, especially, would probably be an important way of moving through this. And Marina, thank you, but this is a great one too, is that Mercury mantra. Now I'm just gonna, Jazz is giving us a little bit more, but I just want to work through one more thing. Mercury Buddhi Bij mantra. So you can find them here and you'll have like these, Indian dudes chanting it 100 times. Bud mantra is what it would be. The Bud, which relates to Buddhi and Mercury. So let's see if we can find it. The Bud Bij mantra. Wednesday is the Lord of Bud. Chanting this mantra on Wednesday can possibly yield some good. You want to wear green clothes when you do it. It's good for you to also be clean, because Mercury relates to the root chakra in a lot of ways, the earth chakra. So this would be the mantra that you would kind of go for. This would probably be an easy one. Om Boom Buddhaya Namaha. Om Boom Buddhaya Namaha. So you'd go Om Boom Buddha. Buddha. You want that H sound in there. Om Boom Buddhaya Namaha. Now, these are all examples of the kind of things, like I do this with certain things. I do this with the sun mantra. I do this sometimes with Jupiter mantra because my Jupiter can be a little bit finicky as well. These are all examples of things that you can do to start bringing Mercury into your life. Now, there's still, of course, there's many things that we could still speak to in terms of doing things for a chart like this. But this one is really coming to me as an obvious one. Because your Mercury is in a place where it's a little bit tricky, it's very good for you to speak to friends about the things that you're moving through. Now, you've mentioned that you try to connect, but I always end up failing horribly. I wonder exactly what when you say that you try to connect. Do you mean like in relationships? Because I did ask you if you're in getting into relationships at this point in your life. So I wonder if that's what you mean by that. Because you are working through this Aries Libra axis. And the K2 maturation, it's probably painful to deal with the fact that advocating for yourself, coming into your own strength, is actually a way for you to be, you this is since this is happening in Aries, something that you could really do is learn, what do I bring to these relationships? Because the Rahu and Pluto desperately want to connect and be diplomatic. I want to do things for the person. But remember what I always say is that, if a guy, you know, a woman who is just on her hands and knees begging a man, just holding his legs and saying, please, just please be with me. A woman like that has nothing to offer a man but her Libra, her willingness to stop what she's doing and do anything for him. And that's Libra. That's part of the grace and beauty of woman, is to blend herself, whatever are her Aries, whatever her skill set is, whatever she's got going in her life. Woman uses Venus to kind of compromise, compensate, stop what she's doing, and meet the man in the middle. That's the beauty of Libra. And I think you want to be recognized for this. But I think it's possible that you might do so much of this that you don't have your own thing. And so this is why you get wrapped up in these codependency things with these powerful people who help you work out this, who gain financial power over you. You need to start, if this is something you've never done in your life, I think it would serve you very well to begin finding ways of having your own hobbies and your own ways of contributing to a partnership, so that the man can love you and appreciate you, not just because of your endless service to them, but also because you are powerful and have value in your own self through skills that you've created that make you useful as a contributing partner in a relationship. Not just because you'll wash his feet and you'll be that like self-negating slave. Because a man can only enjoy that for so long. Then it just becomes a toy. A man will think that you're a toy and that he won't grow if you don't also have your own spine, your own value, and recognizing and speaking, throat chakra, speaking for your space in the relationship. If you don't speak for your space, your needs, and for the space that you take in a relationship, a man's going to take it all, and then he won't feel you in the relationship, and he's probably just going to enjoy the ride while he just provides financial things for you, because you might unconsciously be looking for men with money with a combination like this, and it's because you haven't developed it on yourself. So you'll find a man with money, he'll take all the space, and he will have financial power over you. He'll enjoy the ride, and then he'll ditch you. He'll throw you away. So when you said connect, you meant in all sorts of relationships. You've been officially single for a long time. And so you have been single, if I'm reading this correctly, you've been single since, and thank you, Silber, for Silber was pulling this together for us, is that Silber is mentioning that since your youth, since this guy that you were with from your youth, you've been single since then. And of course, like I've been single for a while too. Like everybody gets it, especially with dating culture. Like it's weird these days, you know. So you're going through this for a reason, Jazz. And God bless everybody on my channel, like Silber, Sways, for I don't even think I could do these without you guys because I'm being very Leo right now. I'm being, you know, as Cam says, like I always dig into the tough facts. But I appreciate my people who are here giving me the feminine hugs and support for someone like Jazz who we're working through this stuff with. Now, the good news is that Jazz is working on herself, leaving no stone unturned. You know, it happens every time you come to an astrologer. It's a reckoning. It happens for a reason. It's funny that many people who I mean, I've found that I get a lot of people who are around late 1970s when I do these readings because they're going through this K2 energy. So that's okay, Silver. No, you've been helping us here. So, Jazz, my dear, I hope that this has been helpful to you. You know, gosh, like there's so much for the sake of it. We've dug through a lot here. Let's say that for the moment, it's important for us to recognize, I think one of the key dimensions of this chart is developing on your Mercury, learning to have emotional and financial independence. Remember, we're talking about the 8th house in Aries here, and that Venus is there. Now, just for the sake of it, there's a few things I want to do before we end this reading. Okay. Now, this is for everybody as well as Jazz. I'm going to take a quick peek at my downloads. You guys are going to see why I'm digging for this in just a moment. Oh, fuck, I don't remember which one it is. Lords of Rahu and K2. Okay. When the Lord of K2 is with K2, when the Lord of Rahu is with K2. All right. K2's place. Okay, so this is coming from an article called "The Lords of Rahu and K2" by Ernst Wilhelm. You can find it if you go to astrology-videos.com and you pay for Ernst Wilhelm's website, and you get all of his PDFs for free, as well as all of his videos, which you've paid for. So this is something that Ernst has written that I always bring up with situations like this. You guys are going to see what I mean, okay? The placement of Rahu's Lord indicates through what agency or activity the native will attempt to develop and establish the areas indicated by Rahu's house placement. So that's in this case, we have Rahu in the 2nd house with Pluto there. So wherever the 2nd house Lord is going to be showing us how Rahu develops. Now, K2's placement indicates areas where the native is completing karmas. Rahu indicates areas that are under development. As the karma of K2 is completed, the native develops the house in Rashi where Rahu is located. And it's the same with the other way. When you complete your Rahu karma, K2 begins to stabilize. And you've probably been working out a lot of Rahu karma, but it seems to me in this case, you need to go through this K2 maturation too in order to also fully develop on Rahu, because we see the Rahu Lord, which is Venus, is with K2 in Aries. So in the following cases, there's greater emphasis on completing the karmas indicated by K2's placement than there is in developing the areas indicated by Rahu. This is awesome. I'm glad I went for this. God bless Ernst Wilhelm. You know, he's the GOAT. He's the dude. So what this is saying is that it's more important for you to complete K2's Aries karma. So this, again, it's self-realization, self-reliance, independence, because it's likely that there are men who see that you have been too emotionally dependent and financially dependent. And I'm going to use a painful word, Jazz, but this is me being very Leo. And I don't think you're this way, but I think men might experience you as having a parasitic energy. If I'm right in the sense that you still have this self dependence to learn for yourself. In some ways, what's tricky is that you're going to have to learn this self dependence, read about it. You've heard it from me. Start developing ways of having your own financial acuity and your own self reliance with your financial and emotional energy. And take your time with it. By doing so, you'll find doors to developing mutual independence with the people in your life. So, when the Lord of Rahu is with Ketu, in this case, the opposing point of Rahu is actually quite well developed, which means that it's kind of nice that you've got Pluto here. It kind of shows that you probably, again, are good at being that woman who knows how to serve, who knows how to be diplomatic, who knows how to compromise. These are all good qualities, but they mean nothing if you don't develop on who you are, because then you can be as Libra as you want. You can be as diplomatic and soft-hearted and willing to compromise as you want. But if you completely sell yourself up river, then the man is going to have no one to compromise with. It's just always, yes, honey, I'll always do everything for you no matter what. And the man loses, there's no spine to back up against. So a lot of karma has been generated through Rahu that's now being brought to completion through Ketu in this person's experience. So for me, with that Venus there, that Aries, that 8th house, with Chiron there too, you got a lot loaded there. And as well, what's tricky is that, something that I would invite you to do is also learn about the good habits of Mars. Now, something that I'm going to share a video here. Hopefully, shucks, I'm going to make sure that I'm right on this. My boy Ernst Wilhelm, I never mind plugging him because he is, again, sending videos to him is always good for everybody. But in this case, it's it. The habits of Mars Ernst. Let's see if I'm correct that this video actually exists. Yes. So I'm going to stop screen, learning to use StreamYard on the fly here. This is Ernst Wilhelm, and this is a video of his called The Habits of Mars. I highly recommend that you look up The Habits of Mars, and you'll find that Ernst is going to tell you in there some great insights into how to show up for yourself and use those habits of Mars to the most prudently that you can. Now, Jazz is saying, I could easily let that be true, but I try really hard to be self-aware about that. That's partly why I've been single. I see. You must be referring to when I use that particular word. I almost feel bad that I used that word because I want you to know that, and I can see, this is when I mentioned that there's a possibility of expressing the characteristics of having an almost parasitic-like energy. And I want you to know that from what I can see in your chart, especially with your very good moon, you have a lot of value that you can share with a person. Truth be told, as much as I'm saying everything, when you have a good moon like you do, like let's take a moment here to reflect on the goods before we, paint the wrong picture here. Again, this is teaching me, this is why I do these cold readings for free, is because I'm not even being 100%. I should have explained first that, remember, you've got a good moon. Your moon is conjunct Jupiter, and that's good for the moon and Jupiter. Jupiter's got a bit of trickiness happening by being in Taurus, but it's delighted by the moon. So, and Jupiter's also like your strongest Shadbala planet, and that's helping the moon a lot. The moon, if I'm not mistaken, okay, so it's your fifth strongest planet in Shadbala. That's not crazy, crazy up there, amazing, but that's still good. It's got 113% of what it needs. Now, the moon, it's probably more Saturn that would be causing deep childhood difficulty. We didn't even really talk about Saturn in this reading, which is, there's only so much time in a reading. But for what we're talking about right now, you have a good moon. And it's possible that you might get emotional, that it might be difficult for you to hold on to all of your energy having this difficult Saturn that you do. When it comes to the K2 maturation that you're experiencing, and when it comes to relationships, if you should feel like connecting with people, you might not even necessarily need to. But if you should feel like it and you're moving through with people, I want you to recognize that you have a lot of value to give to a partner, especially with the moon here. You've got the juice, you've got the soul connection. A lot of people, like, remember, when you fall in love with somebody, it's not necessarily, you're not falling in love with someone because of, men don't necessarily fall in love with women because of their value. This woman has mutual financial independence. She's emotionally independent. It's a soul thing. And you've got the moon energy to really connect in the soul with someone. So, okay, cool, good. Right. So, oh, bless you, Suze. You're really helping me here by saying the things that you're saying. Remember that you have the capacity, it seems to me, to connect with somebody at the soul level, to find mutual karma with a person, to experience that with a person if you want to. You just got to work through all this stuff with them. It's what's especially important in relationships is communication. You've got Mercury, Saturn. Mercury and Saturn are rather difficultly placed in your chart. Those are two very important relationship planets. And it rules the Saturn being one of the most, in terms of Lagitatia Vashtas, starved by the sun, starved by Mars, agitated by Mars, and starved by the moon. Saturn is channeling the fifth and sixth house, which is also channeling this sixth house of Aquarius with Mercury and Mars. So Saturn in that 12th house is a key part of developing on what you need to be and where you want to go. These are all things that you are going to deal with as you find the peace in your soul that you seek. There will be agitation. There will be these, whether you're in a relationship or you're alone, this emotional feeling of security is probably always going to be a theme for you. As an astrologer at this point, the best thing that I can point at is, number one, developing on Mercury, and then number two, developing on Mars. It's probably the best thing that I could give in this reading. But remember that there is other things outside of this that could also be spoken to. It might do you well to perhaps, consider having, I'll let you decide what you do with that information. But for now, I feel good having shared with you the importance of developing a connection to your own Mercury, throat chakra, and to Mars, and that you have the capacity to develop relationships, which I think would be probably important for you, considering that the 12th house, which is holding that Saturn, Virgo identifies with its 12th house. It's the beauty of Virgo. And your 12th house is Lord, the sun, is in the 7th house. So you have the capacity to deal in relationships. But you also have the capacity to develop what you need in yourself. And I think that probably one of the best things to say is as we can see, you know, I guess I don't need to share the comment, but you are working on yourself. You are you're finding the help that you need by, you're going to therapy and you're developing this self-realization. It's the best thing that you can do. You have the right attitude. It's just all going to be a matter of these things. And I invite you to see if adding this to your self-realization efforts that you use with another person helping you might do well for you on this path. And I think the last thing I want to share, as I always share with everybody, you are Jupiter on Makaraja. Fuck, I just, this whole time I wasn't even looking at that. So you're Jupiter at Makaraja. So the 4th house and 7th house. Jupiter, your Atmakaraka, rules the 4th and the 7th house for a Virgo, shows some importance with relationships and finding the intimacy, not just in relationship, but also in your personal home life with friends, enjoying being playful and laughing and loving other people. And since Jupiter is your highest Shadbala planet, people probably love you, Jazz. People probably love how much energy you invest in quality relationships with your friends. So find friendships as well. Enjoy having the friendships that you have and really work on them. What's tricky for you is that Leo is your Swamsha. Jupiter falls into the sign of Leo in your Navamsha chart, and Saturn sits with Leo. So the things of Leo related to pride, related to feeling like you've done the right thing in your life. You might sometimes feel like you haven't done the right things in your life. Leo's in the 12th house, so at some level, it's a purging that you have to do. It's letting go of the pressure to be more than you are. Because you're exactly what you're supposed to be. And I want you to remember that as you come on your self-realization journey. A million hugs right back to you. Amazing, Jazz. I'm so glad that it worked out this way, that I could have this session with you. So, I think that that's a pretty, there's a lot there to digest. You always have this video on my channel. You can always come and check it out anytime. Read it over. You'll have the comments that you'll be able to see. And, there's more that you could get out of astrology. But I think it's good that, for me, like, astrology is something you go to in order to get the gist of what you need to do in your own personal therapy. So don't feel like you need to jump out and see a bunch of astrologers about, so astrology is a spider web, and every astrologer is going to give you something different. And, rock and roll. But take what you've learned here and apply it to the humble work that you're doing for yourself right now. You're turning 48. It's a beautiful, beautiful time. 50, they say, is actually like the beginning of middle age. And your sun period is going to be very important for you, especially because the sun, we got to say this before we call it a day. The sun, Leo is your Swamsha. So the sun period begins at about 50 years old. And it lasts till about 72, I believe it is. 50 to 70, I think it is actually. Yeah, it's 50 to 70. So from 50 to 70, you're in the sun Nisargadatasha, the planetary period. Since the sun is your Swamsha, and since you've got this difficult Saturn here, you got to consider that there could be things related to that Saturn in Leo that could cause you some difficulty at this time. It might feel like there was things you were supposed to do in your life, but you couldn't because of some kind of victimization, some type of limiting thing from that Saturn. And it may feel like life made you feel like a victim and it's dragging you around. But all of this is necessary karma. This is why ultimately in India, the tradition would be first you go beyond astrology, you go beyond the astral sphere, you go to the causal sphere. You tap on guru, and you say, Om Krishna, this life has lessons for me. I trust the love of the universe and of Krishna for granting me the gift of the karma that I'm about to experience. Then the astrologer guru says, okay, so this is the karma you're gonna experience. And it's always going to be good on one end and bad on another end. Thankfully, your moon is well placed. You've got a lot of very early childhood karma that is good. Mars and Mercury can be difficult for childhood karma. But I hope that this has given you something that you can chew on as you follow in your personal therapy practice. So I feel pretty good about that. Jazz, thank you so much, everybody. Let's give Jazz a hand. This is I feel pretty good about this reading, and I hope you do too, Jazz. Oh, that's okay. Oh, Jazz. I'm sure you want to reply to everything there, but this always happens, Jazz. At the end, everybody chimes in and says this is a good reading and, good luck. So don't feel obliged to speak to them all. But I'm glad. Thank you also to my community for doing this with me. It makes it so much easier. Yeah, I think it would make a good team. Because there are times when I have to carve. I have to do my masculine carving in thing to speak to what the person needs to hear. And thankfully, I always have a team who can reflect and see how to support the feminine, the holding the space for the difficulty of these things that I have to point out. So thank you very much, everybody. Shata, Cami, Taunus Rising, Louise, Sways, Silber, Sandra, Marina, Shem, everybody here. It feels amazing to have a team like this. Amazing. I'm glad that you feel seen and heard. And XX, you've been hanging out with us too. God bless. Okay, folks, so it's 1:30. That was a long one, as I expected it might be. I'm still in tune. We got to do one more. Hopefully it doesn't, I do have to do stuff after this, but I have time. I think we could do this next one in an hour and a half. It's 1:25 on my end. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Now, let's do another one. And I should say, always advocating for myself, or at least learning to, trying to. For everybody watching, if you have enjoyed this, I wonder if this is even going to let me do this. I don't know if it is. I guess I can't. Whatever. StreamYard is not going to really let me do this thing. So I've put my PayPal up here. And as well, it's just paypal.me/DustinCormier91. Tips are never expected and always appreciated. But again, just having you guys in this community rocking and rolling, it's good enough. Don't feel obliged. Now I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're going to come back. We're going to do a stretch like I always do, petite. And then we're going to dig into our next reading. So everybody throw your birth times in. Now is the time. If you've been watching, if you've been hanging out, throw in your birth time. There's going to be a wall of them, and I'm just going to pick a number, and we're going to choose one. Thanks again, Jazz. Lots of love to you, my dear, and good luck with everything. Now I'm going to go pee. I'll see you guys in a sec. chewable vitamin C. Whoa. Whoa. Mm. Mm. It's not chocolate, but it's hit me with something. Whew. As you know, God bless my brother. I'm using his room right now. Me and my brother own a house closer to Toronto, this house, and I've been living at my dad's cottage in a place called Campbellford, which is like 2 hours north of the Toronto area. Probably more like 3 hours from Toronto. So I'm usually up there not using my laptop. I think if I'm going to use my laptop, I got to use StreamYard. This is doing me well. Oh, but there's only so much time I can use on here. I hope they don't cut me off after 3 hours. Shit, I didn't think of that. I got to check that. I don't want to get into somebody and then just be cut off at a annoying time. Okay. How long can you use StreamYard free? $20 per month streaming limit. Sick. Is that right? Oh, fuck. Yeah, whatever. 20 hours. 2 hours of local recordings. Got it. Cool. Thanks, StreamYard. Right on. Cool. That's fucking dope. So I think if I'm ever using my laptop like this and I'm not at my main house, usually you guys can see me. It's darker. I like it darker so you can't see as much of my face. So if I'm going to use StreamYard. That seems to be what's going on. Sam was just saying the same thing. You guys can see all of me. It's almost too much. I'm Scorpio. You know, turn out the lights, man. Thinking of Jim Morrison. All right, so we got lots of names here today. In the cabin, right? So, I think I can see lots of the people throwing their names in here. Good luck to the next person. Lots and lots and lots. All right. So what we're going to do, as usual, I'm going to pick a nice auspicious number. So my mind is 27. Now let's do 23. Yeah. We're going to go from up to down, and then back up until we land on number 23. Now, I am going to say, everybody, it's okay if you have done this, but it's something I'd like to encourage. When we ask for the birth times, try not to put it more than once, because it can be confusing when I count somebody more than once. I think some people did it just either because they had to re-edit it or whatever, but let's try not to do that. Now, somebody started way up here. Yeah, whatever. That's okay. All right. Let's do it. Starting with XX right under my PayPal link. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Then I'm going back up. Is there anybody else down here? No, 13. It sways. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. All right, we got a younger person. We have what I landed on is Alice Campana. Alice, my friend, are you here? Born in Italy, San Daniele del Friuli. Cool. That's okay, XX. No worries. That's okay, Swap. God bless you guys. No, I'm just saying it for our future reference, just so we can get into the habit of it. Hello, Alice. Nice to see you, my friend. Are you ready? Yep. So you're July 2003. Alice, my dear, you have been chosen. Are you ready to embark on a journey of self-reflection and to experience what is always experienced on these cold readings? Fully ready. Amazing. Okay. So now, Alice, okay, let's give our caveats. I'm going to have to get you to say yes again because I feel is the right thing to do. Now, I'm sure you've been watching my cold readings, and I'm sure you were just watching the first one because you were here in time for the roll call. As with anything, this is astrology. I'm a Leo rising, and I am a Leo rising with the Sun, Mars, Pluto, all conjunct in Scorpio. I have a way of really digging into a chart. As you can see, I try to look for the guts of things that would bring useful and practical psychological realizations. Oftentimes that means digging through the bones in the graveyard and picking out all the things that might have happened to you in your past that would be contributing to things that are obstructing you in the present. When I'm going through such things, I will be asking questions. Don't feel obliged to say anything that you don't want to say, because if I ask a question and it's a little too deep, a little too personal, you can bypass it. We're just going to keep talking about other things in the chart. And I will be magnetized to the dark pockets in the chart. That's just how my brain rolls. You don't have to feel obliged to speak to any of it. And if I feel like there's any resistance there, then I will just move along. That being said, this is the nature of this sort of thing. But I'm, especially because this is a public forum, I do go easy on everybody. Believe it or not, when you see me digging the way I am, it's not as hard as I dig when I'm in a personal reading, when it's just one-on-one. So, Alice, my friend, if you are okay with that, and if that aligns with you, do you still feel okay with doing this cold reading today with us? Let me know when you can. It's, I love that we have the comment section here, because then I can kind of see and move through it with you. Now, usually, yes, definitely here to go deep. Okay, Alice, wonderful. Thank you very much, Alice. I appreciate you saying that. Oops, I should have left that up there. Well, I hope you're ready, because you have been chosen and the time has come. Now I've got to dig all the way back and find your time again, because I'm a dumbass. Where did it go? Here we go. All right, Alice, you're in. let's start plugging into your birth time here. What the heck? I'll save Jazz Star in case. Now we go new birth chart. Alice Coldread. Okay, so we got a youngster here. 18th of July, 2003. Of July 2003. If I'm not mistaken. Oh my gosh, you're in the year of the goat. Sweet. You are in the year of the 2003 is the water goat. Am I right on that? Yeah, cool. Which means that you are currently 12 years younger than me. I'm the year of the metal goat, 1991. So I'm turning 33, which means you are turning 21. You're 21 now. Okay. And oh, Alice. Something I did not check here. Okay, something I did not check here, Alice. I've noticed that you don't. I mean, shucks, we could still do a chart for you, but I've noticed that you don't have a birth time in here. Gosh, I hope I haven't just teased you with this. Do you happen to know, Alice, if you could let us know? Do you happen to know your birth time? Goes to show me getting jumping in to run with the reading here. I mean, shucks, we could just have fun with doing a birth reading without the birth time. That would be kind of interesting. There would be a lot less that we could say, but it might be good practice for us. So, Alice, my dear, let me know if you know your birth time. If you do know your birth time, we could go a little deeper. Oh, nice. All right. You were born at 9:45 a.m. I like that better. Let's do the real thing. Thank you, Alice. So, 9:45 a.m. Now, something I always like to ask Alice, I often like to say I lean towards non-binary, I'm bisexual. If you could let us know, I'm a Scorpio, and I often use the experience of one's. I'm Venus Atmakarica, so a lot of my best work is done speaking with one's erotic and emotional connections and relationships. And the way I work is that they do make a difference being a woman or a man or non-binary and having a certain sexual orientation. So if you could let us know your pronouns or what you identify with gender wise, let us know if you have any inclinations towards non-binary, and if you felt like sharing your sexual orientation. That would give me a little bit more clarity in how to operate through that emotional layer of your chart reading. But don't feel obliged. If you don't feel like that's necessary to share, I would understand that, and we would still keep on rolling. So Italy, San Daniele de Friuli. De Friuli. Look at that. It's the first one that came up. 18th of July, 2003, 9:45 a.m., Italy, San Daniele de Friuli. Oh, hoo-hoo. See, this is why we check. I put the day first instead of the month. Now, this puts you at another Virgo rising. I do get me a lot of Virgos on this channel, which is perfectly cool with me. Let me tell you what. So, okay. So, Alice, you say that you're a woman, mainly straight. That's very helpful. Now, the chart that I'm getting for you is Virgo at about 11 degrees. So you are Virgo rising at about 11 degrees. Your moon is about 21, 22 degrees of Pisces in that 7th house. Is that around, would you say that that feels correct, Alice? Have you ever done a reading before? And would this be the rising sign that you're used to working with, Alice? If you don't know, that's okay. Hello there, Cam. If you've never done much readings before, and this is like your first one, you can just let us know that too, because it's at 11 degrees. So it's probably correct. That's probably what we're aiming for here. And I know I've been asking you, the questions are not going to come so hot, Alice. Once I know that this feels like the right time, yes, feels accurate, and you mostly explored astrology on your own. Okay, good. So this will be a good first reading for you then. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. Well, now we're in, folks. Thank you, Alice. Thank you for allowing us to have the experience of sharing this chart reading with you, by you sharing your chart and you sharing your time. So let's dig in. Now, this time, I'm going to, God bless Jazz. She was very easygoing. In this moment, I'm inclined to kind of do my own Virgo energy thing by laying out the brickwork for what I do with astrology first before I start digging in. Okay? I should have done that the first time. You guys saw me mention it. So let's do a bit of digging here first before we dig into anything. What is happening here? Oh, wow. Wow, cool. Mercury and Jupiter are very strong. Interesting. So first thing I'm going to say is that you've got a pretty darn cool thing happening with Jupiter and Mercury here in Leo in the 12th house. Jupiter and Mercury both enjoy being in the sign of Leo. Now, Mercury is going to starve Jupiter a bit, but Mercury is delighted by the sun, its friend, and by Jupiter. So that's a pretty happy chappy place for Mercury there. The 12th house is also close to the first house cusp, where both Mercury and Jupiter like to be. Now, Z has asked the software we're using. This is called Kala, Kala software. It's developed by Ernst Wilhelm, who is the patriarch, in my opinion, of the Tropical Vedic community here on YouTube. I highly recommend Kala software for all Tropical Vedic needs. So, first good news, cool thing, is that Jupiter and Mercury in the 12th house of Leo. I'm just going to do a quick little dig here. Oh, wow. Mars is just really popping in Shadbala. But then Mercury is second with 516 points in total. Not the greatest on Chesta, but everything else is pretty good with Mercury. Mercury is pretty good. Jupiter has a little bit of minus on the Drigbala. Wow, so Mars and the moon have just got some very strong aspect power coming from Drigbala. Drigbala is when benefic grahas are aspecting the planet in a certain way to give it positive strength. We can see with Mars in total, Mars, you can just type that, thank you. Mars has 130 points coming from positive planets like Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus. As well, the moon also has a very high amount of positive planetary benefic aspects. So this is Shadbala, everybody. Shadbala, again, is the overall capacity of a planet to internally do what it wants to do. And the Shadbala is especially important in the planetary ages. And that's when we program these planets into ourselves. Now, Mars is very, very strong in Shadbala here. It's kind of insanely strong. And it's got everything that it needs to function properly. And that's a very good thing because Saturn is apparently the weakest in Shadbala here. Yep. That Saturn has got a hard time going on. It's in the 11th house. So I've been, talking about a few of the good things happening here. There's an interesting square to the nodes happening with Mercury and Jupiter, and then Neptune on the other side is there's in a grand cross with the nodes. This 11th house of Cancer has got some tricky shit going on. Thankfully, Saturn is not necessarily combust, but it is still being damaged by its enemy, agitated by its enemy, the Sun, who's a malefic and an enemy of Saturn. Now, it's a good thing that Saturn is with Venus, because Venus, although Venus doesn't have much strength, and neither does Saturn, because they're both in Cancer, the moon is an enemy to Venus and Saturn. And this is exacerbated by the fact that, so this is a dark moon, and the moon is trine to that Saturn and Venus. So the dark moon becomes malefic, and it's going to be agitating the Venus and Saturn even more. Now, this is a lot, wow, this is a strong chart. It's nice that the moon and Mars are together. That's a Chandra Mangal yoga, which is almost something that I'd like to look up. And I'm going to see what Ernst would have to say about the yogas happening in this chart. But for now, it's very clear to me. We have something called prana strength. And I'm going to say Cancer has the highest prana strength. Prana strength is the sign that has the most energy flowing through it. And that's because we have 3 primary planets, not including Rahu or Ketu or outer planets or asteroids or whatever. Sun, Venus, and Saturn are all squished together into the sign of Cancer, and that's the 11th house. Now remember, the 11th house is considered to be a difficult and inauspicious house in astrology. Especially when there's afflictions in the 11th house. Now, Alice, my dear, I'm saying a lot of things right now that express some difficulty, but I can see that there's a lot of things ringing in your chart that also give you a lot of strength. Mars in particular is a very strong planet in this chart, which is nice because Mars can be one of the things that totally fucks with a Virgo, because Mars rules the unstable 8th house and the reckless, hungry 3rd house. So to have a strong Mars is just an incredible blessing for anybody. Now Mars what is happening with Mars here? So it's in a bit of an angle from Mercury, which is giving it a bit of starvation, but not that bad. So Mars and Moon yoga in the 7th house. There's business power there. There's capacity to wield there's a magnetism of relationships there. You've got the 8th lord in the 7th house. And what's especially nice going on with this chart is that Mars rules Ketu. So Mars, it's with its friend the moon. So the moon is delighting Mars. It's in a trine with the sun, and the sun is a friend to Mars. And it's even getting a huge fucking upkick from Jupiter. So all of Mars's friends are aspecting Mars. And Mars is the highest Shadbala planet. It's got crazy good benefic aspects from benefics. It's pretty much high in everything, which is good because it's really going to help compensate for Saturn. Saturn is the one planet in this chart that really is not showing the colors or strength that it should. Now remember, in Shadbala, planets come in pairs. Mars and Saturn are a pair in Shadbala. So Mars is going to be making sure that it takes care of its needs. And that's the key note with Saturn is, it's very likely having a strong Mars Shadbala that when you were very young, you probably knew how to scream and yell when somebody was in your space, when something was agitating you, when you needed something, when you needed, when you needed help with something, you will put on a shirt and there's a tag on it and it's frustrating. It's mom, this thing is bugging the hell out of me. Mom, pulling at her dress. She's like, what, honey? This tag, it's itching me. And then mom would take care of it. No matter, you'd make sure mom took care of it. So this is one of the greatest blessings in a chart is Mars. And it's as well, it also deals with problems of forward-going things, of things that help you progress. Especially for a Virgo, Mars rules Scorpio, which is the 3rd house. And one of the kickers that I'm going to say in this chart, already, I can see something, you've got a real funny split going on in this chart, Alice. The split is that Mars is very well placed, and it is your Ketu lord. But we see here that we have Rahu in Taurus. And Rahu in Taurus is working through Venus. And Venus is in a very, very difficult place in this chart. In my opinion, it's kind of better to have Ketu well placed because you're going to make it. You're going to survive. You're going to have a lot of basic comforts figured out that you need to have figured out. You are going to advocate for what you need in order to be emotionally and physically healthy and survive. Venus in the 9th, as the 9th house lord, is going to have a bit of difficulty, which is through the 9th house. What this would signify is deep meaning and purpose in life. And of course, we have the 9th lord in the 11th house. Now, let's just get right down to brass tacks. There's a good and bad in this chart, and I got to speak to what I see here. With regard to the bad, the sun is combusting Venus. Now, let me just make 100% sure that that's official. Yep. Oh, look at that. Yep. So Mercury is technically considered combust as well, which does suck for Mercury. And Mercury that's okay though. Mercury can take it in this chart. This is a chart where, let me just check again on Shadbala. Mercury is your 2nd strongest planet in Shadbala. This is a Mercury that can take it. Let me see if it's got yoga power. It does. So the sun has yoga power. Mercury has yoga power. Jupiter has yoga power. But Venus, yoga power. Venus is what we call kind of like negative yoga power. It's K-A-D. That's Kashta Asaba Dig. So Venus is placed in a way where it's the difficulties caused by Venus, not only because it's a Rahu planet, it's the planet that's channeling Rahu, but it has what we call negative yoga power. So any difficult yogas happening with Venus, any difficult combinations happening with Venus are going to be much even more so. They're going to be tough. It's going to be difficult. High as the Rahu Lord. So, let's see. You're 21 years old. So there's probably only so much that you can, it's interesting when we do a chart reading for a young person because there's only so much that can be said about about it, about a person's life because you've only lived 21 years of life. So you're going to learn, Alice, if you've been listening to my channel, you'll find that as life goes on and as time goes on, we operate through K2 at the beginning of our lives. K2 is this strong influence in our lives that we get suffocated to. It's interesting because we just did, Jazz was Virgo rising with K2 in Aries, which is also Mars ruled. This is kind of a cool educational. It's nice when it works out this way. Now we have K2 in Scorpio, and that's the feminine side of Mars. So here we have somebody who has to work through relationship karma. Being a woman, you have to experience your experience of femininity. And not only femininity, but when K2 and Rahu are operating through an even sign axis, that's earth and water, it's not about what you do, that's fire and air, that's masculine. Water and earth, being the feminine signs, are about what you are, what you have, and what you experience. It's about the comfort you experience, the magnetism of your well-adjusted nervous system is very important. So I'm just going to take a quick peek here at what I call the feminine energy in a chart. So Virgo, the rising sign is an earth sign, that's feminine. The moon is a water sign, that's feminine. The sun is a water sign, Cancer, that's feminine. You are born, let's see. The rising sign Lord, Mercury, is masculine. And that's the more important one. The rising sign Lord is masculine. The Atmakaraka is the sun, and the sun is also feminine. And then you are born during the morning, during the day, you're born closer to noon than you are at midnight. We know this because the sun is above the horizon. So whenever the sun is above the horizon, it's a masculine energy. I myself am a man born at midnight. So I'm a man with a very feminine energy, right? So day birth equals masculine. So overall, you've got the rising sign, the moon, the sun, and your Atmakaraka, which is the sun. They're all in feminine signs. And so that's 4 out of 6 is feminine. So you're a little bit more feminine. But you still have some masculine energy. Really, it's only Leo that has that masculine energy. But that is an important masculine energy because it's your rising sign Lord. So it's nothing to shake a stick at. And it's nice if we all have a balance with our masculine and feminine energy, but it's also especially nice when the energies line up with our gender that we're operating through. Now, especially in this case, it's good that you have feminine energy, that you have the feminine intuition power, because you have Rahu and Ketu operating through earth and water signs. Ketu in Scorpio, it's probably very important for you to develop an awareness of your, again, your relationships and how things feel in relationship. When you're with somebody and you are talking to them, you have a back and forth with them, and you have to advocate for your needs. You want to feel valued for what you do in the relationship. That's K2. That's Scorpio. Scorpio wants to feel powerful, wants to feel attractive. It wants to feel like they're secure in how the other person wants them. And that's very important, right? So K2 in Scorpio is seeking this kind of peace inside of itself. The Scorpio K2 person, it's very likely from a young age, especially with having a good Mars like you do, for the first part of your life, you're going to be experiencing, very likely, you've been working on your relationships. Very good. So Alice has given us a clue as to what she's going through. Alice says she's been working on her relationships. Now, at 21 years old, you've still got lots of karma to go through. You're still a ways away from your Saturn return. I think around 23 and 25, Venus is going to mature and the moon are going to mature. So when you're about 25, you're really going to start to come into the importance of relationships for yourself, right? So at this early age, really through your whole life, my dear, I think that relationships are probably going to be an important part of your karma. And it's important for you to feel strong in yourself. Now, Alice, if you have anything that you can share with regards to what kind of difficulties you have in your relationships, this could give us a little bit of a clue as to what you might be experiencing. It's good that you've been working on them. What I could see in this kind of situation, mainly the difficulty we have here, because Mars is doing okay and your K2 is doing okay. So I don't necessarily feel the need to speak to that. But you're in the Venus period right now from 12 to 32. As I always say, we have these periods. And for anybody, whenever you hear me talking about these periods, you can see that I have made a video on my channel called the age-based patterns. And it'll show you it's the planetary periods is a very important dimension of human psyche. If you have a planet that has a difficult placement and you go through its planetary period, you're going to feel starved throughout that period. And that sets up the experience for you, what you're going to experience later on as well. For women, Venus is a very key element of their sexual and erotic psyche. Venus is a very key element of feeling secure inside of yourself. Feeling like, again, where Scorpio knows how to fight for what it needs in order to secure a relationship, balance with other people is a good way to put it, Alice, is, what I see happening in this. Since you've got K2, you're operating very much through K2 and Scorpio. You probably know how to put in the work that you need to put in a relationship, and you probably will find a partner that you want, and you are going to work out your karmic complexes through that relationship, which can be a difficult thing for people to do. But you have the Mars that can allow you to do that. Now, what's on the other hand of this is Venus. It's ensuring that your partner is also supporting you in mutual ways so that you are also serving and supporting them in a way that's attractive. Through Venus and through Taurus, through the North Node in Taurus, you are going to be wanting to have partners, not only that you baby, like Scorpio K2 can almost like baby their men. They do everything for them. And you don't what you got to start doing is looking for men for whom you give the space, who will take the space to be an equal part of the relationship. Now, I'd like to ask you, Alice, do you find yourself doing too much for your partners? You have to put in a lot of work to feel secure with them, but you don't have the sense to use your erotic and I use the word erotic, but Venus is about value. And you know the value that you bring. But because your Venus is very trickily placed, you might not feel like you have value in yourself. And you fight to hold men or to hold partners who have value to you, and you're going to wrangle them and do everything that you can to secure them and even be smart about it in the Scorpio way. But you might not think it's that important that the men in your life have value to you as a woman, whatever that means for you as a woman. This could mean, it's usually with women, it's subjective time together. In your case, with this Taurus, what it could really mean is with Taurus in the ninth house, you need to advocate for yourself for looking for a man who is going to help you build the life in the future that you seek to build. And it's very likely that you want to have success for what you are and what you do in your life. Because you've got this, all of this prana is going towards the 11th house of gains. And this is like end of life games. It's gains, that is. It's the feeling that you have accomplished something. It's the feeling that you have completed something and the feeling that you have accomplished your dreams and your desires. And it's the 11th house is a tricky place because this shows that part of what you seek out of relationships is the ninth lord that falls in the 11th house. What you deeply, truly seek is for men who will support you in helping to get your dreams accomplished. And I'm willing to bet with the Venus that you have, you're probably going to feel like you only attract men who actually stop you from getting your dreams accomplished. And the domestic life that you build with men, you might find that you spend a lot of time securing them to feel like you've got your man or that you've got your partner and that your emotional gunk inside you is kind of being fulfilled. But when you think about it very deeply, it takes a lot of energy to kind of, you're almost babying yourself. You have an overwhelming need to be emotionally secure through your own effort. And what is the chart is asking for, I think, here is to balance your need to attract emotional security for yourself through your own effort with having value for yourself so that the relationship that you develop through your magnetism, through telling a man constantly, your partner, this is what I'm seeking to build in my life. I have a dream and I love our soulful connection because this on this relationship axis, there's a soulful connection that is definitely seeking to be sought. But you might have such a desire for that soulful connection through K2 in a water sign that it's hard for you to develop material responsibility. Rahu in Taurus is fixed earth. Taurus is fixed earth. And so Rahu in Taurus, you're going to be seeking to develop, uh, this material security, and to have a job that you can think about your partner. Like, like, I'm doing this at my job. I've got these skills. I've got this material security that I'm building for myself. And I'm enjoying thinking about my love. Down the road, it could even become like, like family. You've got, Saturn rules the fifth and sixth house, and Saturn is in a very tricky place here too. So it might be difficult to deal with, like, even children and creativity later on. That's something probably for you to think about later on in your life. Because, even the idea of children is kind of squashing Venus. So it's a funny thing going on here. You've got your fifth lord, Saturn, which is holding Chiron, by the way. Good. So Alice, yeah, it seems to me, see a Taurus rising, lots of love to you. So you're saying this resonates, and you feel like you still have to figure out your self-worth. So that's a great starting point. Thank you, Alice. Thank you for letting us know what you're moving through as I'm going through this reading. Yes, there's definitely a key need to figure out your self-worth. And part of your self-worth is going to be built on through Venus, through Taurus. Sandra already said something, which is love language. It's relationship language. It's having an intelligence to be the woman in the relationship, because you're very likely an ambitious person. With the Sun, Venus, and Saturn all harming each other here in this 11th house, because they really are. These three are not happy bedfellows together. The only good thing happening in all of this is that Venus is delighting Saturn. So Saturn takes slightly less of a hit. But Venus and Saturn are enemies, have the Sun for an enemy and the Moon for an enemy. So it's very likely that emotional things and your ambition and your soul drives are going to eat away at your ability to be fair in relationship. So you might find that you are a very emotional person in relationships. You have a lot of perhaps anger, a lot of intense magnetic energy. And this magnetic intense energy is something that, I can see you saying that you love to take care of people. And that's, this existing in Cancer, it's probably one of your desires as a Virgo, is to be someone who has developed a kin, a family, a community. There's a bunch of people whom you love, who you are supporting, whom you are taking care of. This is Virgo rising 101, The Virgo likes to work in the background through the 12th house at its moon at Cancer in the 11th house, which is its kin. Virgo rising is always trying to take care of its kin, not just its personal relationships, but all the people that you have love with and love for, the people who are close to you. So you do love to take care of people. Now, I feel it's possible that your love of caring for people, and you have probably an idea in your head, that's part of the dream that you want to have, is a bunch of people who you're caring for and loving. But the moon and the sun are starving Venus and Saturn. And what that tells me at some level is that something might have happened to you when you were young, psychologically, that made your parents, we don't know what happened with your parents' situation, but it's possible, just to shoot the shit here, it's possible that your parents might have had some marriage difficulties. And this put your feeling of being loved by them in danger, or feeling like it might be difficult for you to feel secure in your parents' love. Now, this is what your chart says. It's very possible your parents were married and they were happy, but you still had this experience. Sometimes that happens. I would like to know, I wonder if your parents are together or whether they were divorced when you were young, and whether you were like fighting. Again, this is only if you feel like sharing this, Alice. This kind of might signify that the parents fighting, your ability to feel secure in being loved by them, the sun being the father especially, but also the moon is playing a key part in this, right? So Alice says that you had a difficult time during your childhood. The moon is, remember, these planets are being starved by the moon, but starvation is a mutual thing. Even though the moon is starving those planets, this also causes trouble for the moon. The moon is in particularly pertinent from 0 years old to 1 years old. Then Mars is pertinent from 1 years old to 3 years old. So at least you've got a bit of Mars to get through the difficulty. Yeah, and Silber's kind of saying what I'm saying is that because of you've got that good Mars, there's a maturity there. You're aware and you can sense of what is happening. And you can deal with the train wreck, whatever that train wreck was. But that there's still a signification here for what the moon is doing to these planets, that there is something of a train wreck. Train wreck is extreme, but there is something that happened in childhood that caused you to feel starved in Venus and Saturn. So we hear it was a chaotic environment, difficult relationship between your parents. What's also interesting is that we have Libra is ruling the second house. So Libra, Venus is the second lord and the ninth lord. So it's very possible, especially with the sun agitating that Venus being the Rahu lord. What we might kind of see here is that the father, there's probably a real father love that was perhaps the father as the authority putting pressure for you to be a certain way in order to have his love. What this is kind of classic of is that the father, this is what I see happening. I got to say it because it's like lightning coming through me right now. The sun is combust Venus as the Rahu lord. The father probably didn't like seeing your mother in you. Now, your mother's energy is part of who you are. So when you enact the qualities that you share with your mother, you are being yourself. If you have a father figure who put pressure on you to feel like, I hate this part of you. I hate the part of you that laughs like your mother does. I hate the part of you that looks for, that demands time from me like your mother does. That's very much Taurus. Taurus demands loving quality time. You've got Rahu in Taurus. So there's a part of you that would love to have a mature, stable, mutually communicated quality time, putting in the scheduling for a balanced and stable relationship. Now, this is like daddy time, like hanging out with dad. Like I want to go and hang out with my dad and have moments with him that are just love for the sake of love. And your dad might have felt when he did that with you, or when you asked dad, like, can we hang out? Can we go and do something? Dad might have said, oh my God, you're just like your mother. Your mother's always asking me to hang out with her. Well, listen, honey, I'm busy. I've got my job. I've got my things I got to do. And I don't have time to just hang out with you. Like unless we're going to do something constructive, maybe we'll do some homework, like maybe when you get older, I'll teach you business and I can show you the ways of what I can do as a man. But when it comes to me spending time loving you, it might be, he might not have had time, or it's even frustrating that you would ask because perhaps that was something your mother would do. because you do have Venus in Cancer. So the tricky thing about this too is that it's also possibly likely that while your father was probably doing, it was too much of your father was doing too much by doing that, and it wasn't fair to you. Your father probably should have had more patience for that. But on the other hand, there might have been some truth in the fact that you reflect a capacity of your mother to ask for too much time. It's a bit tricky situation there, Alice, but it's not, you know, it's not like hopeless, definitely not. Self-realization and self-awareness in this regard is going to be very important for you. Now, if I'm right about what I'm talking about, one of the key things that you need to understand is Venus being starved by the moon in Cancer. When Venus is starved by the moon, not only that, but Venus, we have a dark moon here, because remember, the sun, right? When the moon is opposite the sun, it's full. Now, when the moon goes past full, it begins to grow dark. So it's a waning moon. So this waning moon is trine Venus as well. So the moon is like agitating Venus here, as well as Saturn. Thankfully, the moon is trining the sun. Thank you, Alice. That's very clarifying. Okay. So your father was very loving, but it's accurate about the traits of your mother. So this is probably, that's interesting, because the sun and the moon are trying together and they're giving each other a bit of help. Because we can see in this chart that the moon is actually very well placed. It's got some delight from the sun and it's got delight from Mercury. The sun is also hugely delighted by the moon. So those two mutual things does show some positive energy coming from somewhere. I'm glad to hear that your father was very loving. Thank you for clarifying that. It just goes to show, even me as an astrologer, I'm nothing without the reflection of my client. So it's very likely that what will probably be happening here is that the bigger difficulty and the bigger damage on Venus is caused by Saturn and by the moon. So, but it's still combusted by the sun, though. We have to consider all of it. The moon, the Venus starved by the moon, has this experience where it's an abyss. It can't get enough satisfaction from other people. It can't be satisfied emotionally. When Venus is starved by the moon. So Venus's starvation by the moon shows that your ability to be fair in a relationship, because that's what Venus is, that's what Venus does, is it knows how to, essentially Venus is going to ask too much from its partners. And this is probably what your mother did, is it asked too much from your father. She asked too much from your father it's basically kissy. It's, I just need to be cuddled. I need to be petted. I need to have my head patted and told that I'm this beautiful, valuable person, instead of developing value through herself. It's a wet Venus. It's noodly. It's, so your mother might have had this characteristic of not feeling secure in her own Venus. And essentially, it comes from a place of not feeling like you're giving value to your partner. So it's likely that your mother was somebody who didn't have her own Venus. She didn't have her own security. She didn't feel secure as a woman. She didn't feel sexy enough. She didn't feel confident enough. She didn't feel like she was giving her man anything outside of just, oh, kissy, lovey. Oh, I love you so much. Because a man wants his moon in a woman's moon. A man wants a woman's moon, but he also wants her Venus. And the woman wants to be appreciated for her Venus. for the value she emits from herself that pours into the man. It's the classic thing. I'm going to have to say it for this reading too. It's when the man has his arms folded. I'll say it in just a moment. But what we have here is a mother. You did feel like a part of you wasn't good. So a lot of this would come from, I think, if I'm on the right track here, that again, your mother didn't feel like part of her was good, like she wasn't valuable. You're right. If this is spot on about your mother, as you're saying, then we're digging into some good dirt here. Your mother did not feel confident in herself. And she was ooey gooey, kissy kissy, and almost like she's begging the man to show me that you're loyal to me. She's begging your father, please show me proof and evidence that you're loyal to me by kissing me, by cuddling me, by me taking all your time. And the man, your father, it was a good thing he was loving to you, but I'm very willing to bet that you would have felt the reverberations of your father upon this aspect of your mother, of her being ooey gooey kissy, like, her not feeling confident in herself and him feeling like, I've taken on a baby of a woman. And I don't want to put your mother down and be too hard on your mother, because part of this is part of your father too, where your father attracted your mother. He knew what he was getting into. So this is his son, his energy operating through your sun combusting Venus. Your Venus combusting the sun is a reflection of your father. Your father attracted your mother, attracted a woman who was not valuable in herself. And at first he probably just thought, it's okay, because if she has no value, then she'll be loyal to me. She'll stick with me. Of course she'll stick with me because she needs me emotionally. She has nothing else but me. And that's, that'll give me some loyalty. And it goes to show at some level that your father had it's very possible your father might have had the sun combust Venus, And it's good that now that you're a bit more grown, you can see their dynamics more clearly. Very good. So what we really need to kind of chip into here is that you should pay attention to the fact of how your mother didn't, it's like the moon and that overly emotional energy, that almost overly soulful energy harmed her Venus. In your perspective, we don't know what's going on in your mom's chart, but you perceived that way and burned that into your own consciousness, which means that you have a little bit of this that your mother did too. And this is an important part of you. At some level, it would be good for you to acknowledge this part of yourself and to speak to it in relationships. When you're going out with a man, when you're going out with a potential partner, as you grow older, you're going to do the sexy Scorpio thing, and you're going to attract men because you're a young 21-year-old woman who knows how to fling her Mars around. But as time goes on, you're going to have to start developing mature relationships with men. And if you're going to develop mature relationships with men, it's going to require you to communicate about your limits. Because men and masculine energy, you see, you got to dig, okay? Men and women, we can see them as race car drivers, all right? And they're two different types of race car drivers. I'm going to get into a little metaphor here. Men are like race car drivers that when their engine blows up, a man wants to drive his car, the same car, for 5 races in a row with a bunch of other men. And at the 5th race, everyone's car is broken down. The transmission is breaking apart. The car is sputtering. But the men want to say, I can still win this, even though my car is breaking down and sputtering. I'm going to get through this. And I'm going to win against all these other losers whose cars are also broken, but I have the skill and the power to get through it. Women are a different kind of race car driver. Women say, why would I drive with a broken transmission? I'm going to take my transmission to the pit stop. I'm going to get the guys to go ring, 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 and do those crazy drill things and fix my transmission, fix my engine. And then I'm going to drive better. And I'm going to be able to drive better for longer in the long run. You are the woman in your relationship, Alice. You are the woman in your relationship. And if anybody is going to be dealing with the weaknesses in a mature relationship, the woman is going to be the one to bring it up. And she has to demand, knowing her value, knowing that her goddess energy, you're a goddess, Alice. This is how everybody has to think about it. Women are the goddess, and she has to know her value in order to crack through a man's dumbass race car mentality that I'm not like you. I'm not going to drive with a sputtering vehicle. And if we're going to be in a relationship, I need you to trust me as the arbiter of the relationship, because a lot of times the woman really is that. The metaphor I always give, oh, you're 21, I could say this, fuck it. I've got such a Scorpio mind. It's when a woman and a man are having sex, the man is just thumping away and he doesn't know, like, just, okay, I'm just going to thump. It all feels good to me. The woman says, okay, not so hard, a little softer for a little while. Okay, now you can go a little bit harder now that we've warmed it up. The woman has to communicate what the man is putting in her, what the man is putting into this relationship. The woman is the one receiving it and feeling it, right? Oh, take care, Jazz. Nice seeing you, honey. So the woman is the arbiter of the maturity in the relationship. Because as I always say, the woman looks within the relationship, the man looks outside of it. The man is the dumbass race car driver that can drive with a shitty vehicle, but the woman will say, no, there's a problem in our relationship. We're going to deal with it. Alice, as time goes on, you need to learn that you have value as the Taurus in your relationship, as the one who is bringing awareness to the holes in the relationship, that you're the only one that's probably going to fill it. Number one, sorry, let me rephrase that. I said that wrong. It's not that you're going to fill it. It's not that you're the only one who's obliged to fix the relationship. It's that you're the only one that's going to think about it, which means you have to voice that we need to work on this together. This is a very key point for you because you've got K2 in Scorpio. Scorpio is Mars in its masculine, in its feminine aspect. Mars is an outgoing planet, but Scorpio is a feminine sign. So you might say to your partner, we need to fix this in this relationship. And the Scorpio in you might say, I can do it. I can do it all myself. And if you never demand through Venus and Taurus that we need to work on these things together, or else this relationship is not going to work for me. If you don't do that, then you're always going to be feeling empty because you're putting all this work into a relationship. And part of the connection, part of the Venus in a relationship is the other person helping to stabilize it, being a part of the fixing it. That's why you need to use your voice. You need to use your heart. Suze is just really doing great here with her comments. I can already see what she's got half of a point. She's going to say her second point soon. To accept and recognize the beauty in your emotional side. God bless you, Sways. Or Suze. Your emotional side, which you learned to distrust from what the example you saw of your mother, you have to understand that part of the way your mother was, there's something of you in there. And you might distrust it because your father kind of probably what I'm willing to bet is that you've got the sun combusting Venus in Cancer. Now you said that your father was very loving to you. What I'm wondering is how much of what was inside of you that came from your mother did you neglect and ignore in order to attain your father's love? I'm going to say that again because this is a very important point, Alice. How much of what was from your mother, something from your mother that you don't trust, that emotional side of you that seems too wet and too noodly, how much of what is inside of you comes from your mother did you have to ignore or delete or do away with in order to be loved by your father? Because that silver, great call, buddy. That is what I would call a subconscious self amputation. That's a great way to put it, Silver. Now, Sways, my dear friend, is really ringing it in for us. It would be healing for Alice to start to accept and recognize the beauty in your emotional side. It might remind you of your mother, but it's only a trace or an echo of her. It can be fully yours, a full expression of who you unashamedly are, shaped to how you would like it to be. Wonderful, Suze. Just wonderful. And this is the key point, is that it's not your mother, Alice. You are not your mother. You are Alice. And that thing that your mother has transmitted to you is part of who you are, and it's part of your soul. Now, I would really recommend this would be good. This would be a good space for therapy and, relationship therapy. Down the road, Alice, you might be well served to experience therapy related to this issue of your divine feminine and your shadow feminine. This is real shadow feminine work here, where just like how if you're never satisfied with who you are, you're going to use men as a mirror, just like you used your father as a mirror. And it will be a tainted mirror because you are going to perform. Like, this is the problem with Venus, is that it doesn't perform, it attracts. The good things in life come to Venus. And when Venus is combusted by the sun, Venus puts on a show to get the mirror of what Venus thinks it seeks, which is love, which is abundance. But it's not abundance if you're putting in 2 cookies to get 1 cookie back. You're putting 3 ounces of effort for 1 ounce of the reflection of being valuable. Now, Alice says, I did push away a lot. I'm trying to rediscover these parts of myself. I can see how they're really important for my well-being. It's going to take a lot of digesting, Alice. You're going to have to digest a lot in order to really experience how much of yourself, because you have to understand, my dear, every man that goes out with you, men can be so dull and dense, especially emotionally, but they're not entirely stupid. Men are like a person who buys a dog and just sees that it's going to be a good dog. Look, this is the dog I want. I love this dog. And then they buy the dog, but they're not stupid. If that dog has anything wrong with it, the men are going to sense it. They're going to sense and feel what is wrong with this dog compared to other dogs. And I see my friends who have relationships with women who don't have this shadow side. And my woman has this shadow side. They're going to sense it. Now, everybody has a shadow side, by the way, but you have been put in a position where it's probably difficult for you to see and acknowledge the good, and to even desire to fully realize your shadow side. And it's this limitation. It's the overly emotional nature inside of you. Now, Dator has asked me to elaborate on this performance aspect of the sun combust Venus. I've said quite a bit on it, and I'm gonna. It's okay for you to ask, Datura. What I mean to say is, I'm gonna try and thread it into this moment of what I'm saying. When you have the sun combust Venus, especially as the Rahu lord, because Rahu is in Taurus, the sun combust Venus, the person will shapeshift and they will ignore their own Venus. They will ignore their needs. You'll lose the ultimate value that you can bring in a relationship. Because the value that you can bring into a relationship is all that you are. You have to just accept this, Alice, one way or the other. We all have baggage. The most powerful woman is not a woman who has no baggage. That's even questionable. The most powerful woman is the woman who accepts her baggage and even uses it as part of who she is, part of how she can be loved. Part of a woman who can understand her vulnerable weaknesses is the most powerful woman. I would take a woman who understands her weaknesses and can communicate with them over a woman who will be at my beck and call, suck my dick at the flick of a finger, who has money, who has power. If she has all that, but she's using these things because she's insecure, I'd rather have a woman who has nothing, but who has a sense of how she can use her weaknesses and her dark spots as a way to solidify our love bond to her advantage. I mean, I'm just shooting the shit at this point, So let's say the thing again. I say this all the time when I am talking with people, when I am mentoring people in astrology, and you guys have heard me say it on these cold readings. Okay. Let's imagine that I'm trying to think if this is the right thing for you. Whatever. I'm going to say it. We've got a man with his arms folded, and he has two women who are interested in her. Okay. One woman is begging at his feet, and she's holding onto his feet. And she's saying, "Please don't leave me. I need you. I will be loyal to you forever. I have such a loyal need for you that I'm never going to let you go. I will always love you, and I'll just give you all the kissy kissy all the time. Just please don't leave me." The man's here with his arms folded, and this woman is at his legs, and he's looking at this woman at his legs. Now, over here, there's a woman who's also standing with her arms folded. And she says, "Yeah, we could be in a relationship. I could see that being good. But in order for us to be in a relationship, this is how much time that I need you to spend with me." And in this case, remember, Alice, you would say, I do have a lot of emotional needs. I need a little bit of emotional coddling. But this is a part of who I am. So I would like a little bit of time for us to spend to each other. I like these kinds of movies. I'd like to go on these kinds of dates, maybe once or twice a week. And then once a week, we need to talk about how everything feels. I need you to ask me how I feel. We're going to do it. We should do it once a month. We should do a big conversation. And then once a week, just check in on me. Ask me how I'm doing. If you don't do this, these are the things that I need. And I know that I have value. So if this isn't something that's interesting to you, then that's okay. You can play with your little doll. Because that's what that woman begging at his legs is, a doll. It's a toy. She's not going to help him grow. And like I said, men can be dull, they can be thick, but they're not entirely stupid. Over time, a young man, like you're in your 20s, Alice, so you've still got lots to learn. But you're going to find that like young men are not fully mature. And everybody loves to play with the doll for a little bit, And it's, that's an energy. It's that sort of like daddy issues energy. Immature men will play with that doll. And what will happen, especially if a man doesn't have a good father and a good mother, they will attract a woman who also didn't have good parents, who have no self-value. And the woman has no self-value. She's going to say, please, please, please don't leave me. And the man's like, all right, this woman loves me, I guess. Even though what's really happening is that she is craving attention and affection because she never got it. She's experiencing a trauma, and they'll trauma bond. And the man will trauma bond with that woman forever. And sometimes love can develop out of that. I've experienced that in my own life. I've had a very deep relationship with a woman where we kind of trauma bonded, but a love kind of bloomed out of it. That was a very deep love. But ultimately, these trauma bonding things can happen. And the man is not going to grow from a woman who has no self-value, who doesn't advocate for herself, who doesn't say what she needs. A man's not going to grow through that. So in your case, Alice, you need to be strong in yourself, be the goddess, and acknowledge that you know that there was something in your mother that has been imparted to you, which is that you probably have a strong emotional affection and emotional needs. Don't be afraid to feel a little bit needy. But what you need to do is you need to communicate about it. Now, you can, my dear, I invite you, you're still young. Take your time to digest this, because you might, if I was a 21-year-old girl hearing that from this 32-year-old dude on YouTube, that you have this neediness, I might be like, well, fuck you, dude. What the fuck? You might fight me on it. You might resist me on it. And for all I know, you got to feel this out for yourself. But ultimately, I think the more you can be vulnerable and observe the qualities of neediness that might come through you, the more you accept it, the more you start voicing it and saying to anybody who you get in with a relationship with that I have experienced neediness in my childhood, and so I have a bit of neediness. Now you need to communicate, and you have to say to your partner, if you're going out with a man, I need you to communicate with me when my neediness is becoming too much. And it would also do well for you to have a man who has a good Mercury, who has a good Venus, who considers it important for them to listen to their partner and get the most out of their partner. Because then you're going to have a man who is going to say, darling, I love you. So that's why I'm telling you that your neediness is kind of suffocating me. And you need a man who will fight for you, who will say, even though we experience this neediness, I still, especially because you've got all this stuff in the 11th house. The emotional neediness that you feel from other people will regenerate you and allow you to do your ambitions. But you're going to have such strong ambitions with all this energy in the 11th house that you need to come back to earth and suck your men dry of a lot of juicy emotional energy to the point where it's impossible for both of you. And your man will feel like he doesn't have a life of his own because you're so demanding of his time. Now, if this is the case, what you need to do is you need to communicate with your man, and you need to let go a little bit and allow him, use your Venus to give him the space to give you his way. Like, you got to trust your man. You have to trust him, speak to him about this, and allow him to develop security with you. Allow him to say, I'm going to serve you in this way, darling. Let's go and do this thing together. You know, to the point where Taurus, Rahu in Taurus in the 9th house is going to develop a life together. Ketu in Scorpio in the 3rd house is all, it's not about the 9th house looks ahead. The Scorpio in the 3rd house is looking in the past and looking at the energy that I can do now. It's like, you know, if I was to ask, if you were going out with a man and I asked your man, why do you love Alice? And the man said, oh, it's because she rubs my feet. Oh, it's because she gives me a head massage. Oh, it's because she gives me sexual pleasures. Oh, it's because she coddles me when I have emotional difficulty and I know how to coddle her. And me coddling her makes me feel like a man, like a dad. And, you know, all of this stuff is Scorpio energy. Now, that's part of, that can be a healthy thing. That's part of one of the good sides of you, is that you know how to secure yourself in a relationship with a man. But what would be very healthy for you, Alice, is if you were going out with a man and I asked that man, why do you love Alice? And he said, well, it's the life we're building together. 9th house. She goes to work and thinks about me, and I go to work and think about her, and we come together, we share the money that we've built together, and we own this house. And we're thinking about having a family together. We have many friends, for you in particular. It's that, you know, it would be healthy for your man to say, I love Alice because she has a life where she makes her money, and she takes that money and she uses it. We bought a cottage together. We bought a boat together. And with that boat, all of our friends go sailing on this boat together, and we all have a great time doing it. And she's so, with the extra energy she has, instead of suffocating me with it, she shares it with her friends, her family, her siblings, and her work world, her field, because that is 11th house too. You know, with this ambition here is you need to take some of the energy out of your relationship and balance it by having a life outside of your relationship that satisfies you. And then when you come home to your relationship, your husband and you have built things together that you love to do together. You and your husband, it's not fake. Like, you love sharing time with your husband, and your husband loves sharing time with you, doing these things that you've learned that you both love to do together. And none of it is just coming from the fact that we got together because we were both lonely as fuck and wanted to rub each other's feet. A partner has to love your soul. Very good, Marina. This partner, it would be good for you to see the value, for him to see the value in the life that you can build together. And not just because I'm horny, Scorpio, I'm horny and I'm lonely. My father and my mother didn't love me enough. I was projecting somebody who I wasn't with my father. And now I'm chasing men to get that same love that I got from my father. And it's all shallow love because you're reflecting you're reflecting what you think the man wants without ever showing up for you with your arms folded saying, this is what I want as the goddess. I know it sounds very tricky because then the question is like, what do you want? You've got to develop that. What would you want? See you later, Silber. Nice hanging out with you, buddy. Thanks so much for your help with all of these. So this is what I mostly see happening in this chart, is this kind of interaction. Now, all this goes to say is that while you do have strength, Alice, in being a woman who knows how to work hard for a relationship, for being clever with psychology, this K2 in the third house of Scorpio, Virgo rising has Scorpio in the third house. So they think very deeply, strategically, third house, about psychology, about their psyche and the psyche of their lover. And you might feel like you're an expert at the strategy and understanding you and your partner's psychology. And that's what makes you want to control. You have the power to, when your husband comes to you and there's something wrong with him, there's a lot of things that you do to know how to comfort and console him. But the bigger thing that a man is going to seek is you giving him the space to be a part of your mutual healing. So you don't do it all yourself. Because when a woman takes care of everything in the relationship, it's right for a woman to speak what needs to be done. We aren't close enough with each other. We're spending too much time together, or we get into this kissy love thing, but it's not like an erotic, like mutual equals. A woman needs to speak to these things, and then she has to say, now what are we going to do about it? That's the Venus part. It's not enough for you to do it all yourself through Scorpio, even though you have the power to. It's going to drain you. And your Scorpio is going to allow you to, you could be drained your whole life up till you're 48, you have your K2 maturity, and you'll probably, you might go through your whole life experiencing that men are draining to you. Because it's hard for you to accept that you have weaknesses of emotional desires and neediness that you need to maturely speak to and ask a man to work together with you on it. If not, you're just always going to be the servant Scorpio who's just putting in a whole bunch of effort and then demanding, see, I've been doing all of this in the relationship. You might attract a partner who works hard, goes to work, they do some very ambitious job and they come home and they're not very emotional with you. They're not very emotionally fulfilling. And you rub their feet and you do a lot of things for them. And this is what Scorpio does. See, having the South Node in Scorpio, it's like having Scorpio rising and it's like having Scorpio moon. Okay. Scorpio, how it works is it's the opposite of Taurus, where instead of, what it does is when it's not feeling enough love, what Scorpio does is it says, it's okay, I don't need that much love. I'm going to go cry by myself. I'm going to have my own ambitious life. And when your husband comes home and you see each other and your husband is like, hey, honey, I'm fucking tired. I'm going to put on a movie. I'm going to smoke some weed. I'm going to drink a beer. I'm going to go to bed. You want to get a little bit sexy in between there somewhere? That'd be great for me. But, do it quick because then I got a movie coming on at 9:00. Let's get it out of the way. That's a very grossly Scorpio, not even Scorpio. That's just a gross relationship energy. But Scorpio will say, I can put up with that. Yeah, sure. If it makes you happy to be like this, I can put up with that. It works well for me because we'll get our sex out of the way. I'll put on some lacy things and show you and perform for myself, make myself feel really good. You'll have a great time. And, you can give me a little tap on the ass after. And then I'm going to go and work on my conquest of the world, my business, my computer, whatever. But there's no real loving relationship there. Scorpio, when it goes really bad, it says, I can get through that. I can get through a milkless relationship, milk being a keyword for the moon. Because Scorpio is where the moon is debilitated. So when you have a strong energy emphasis like Ketu in Scorpio, you have an emphasis on a place where the moon is debilitated. It all comes down to when you're a baby, you're 0 years old, and so I always ask everybody this. Again, you guys seen me say this a million times. I always have to say this with Scorpio energy, as well as things happening with the moon starving Venus. This is what happens. When a healthy baby, let's think of when a healthy baby needs milk and it's crying and it's asking for, and it's oh fuck, I already fucked this up. When a healthy baby needs milk, does it say, "Excuse me, mother, do you have a moment? If you don't mind, if it's not a, if it's not a big deal for you, I don't know if you're busy, but would you mind giving me a little bit of breast milk? If you're busy right now, I can wait like, I don't know, an hour or two. I don't need it right now." No, that's not what a healthy baby does. A healthy baby says, "Fucking wah, bitch. I need that milk right now, yesterday. Give me that titty. I need it. Wah." And it's going to cry. It's going to ask for help. It's going to demand what it needs. Now, you've got a good Mars, so you kind of are good at this, but you're good at putting out fires before they happen. Putting out fires, which is Mars, is very different from asking for milk. So you, as a good Mars person, when you're in a relationship with a man, if the man's grumpy at you or you're grumpy at the man and something isn't working out, you'll know how to put out that fire. Okay, honey, let's be straight. Like we need to communicate more. I'm too lovey. I'm too needy. Let's talk about that. Am I too needy for you? Fucking tell me, because I need to hear it. You've got the Mars that can say that. But even deeper than Mars for the soul is the moon. Now, when your man comes home and you're a Scorpio, the man comes home 6 o'clock, says, "Hey, honey, I'm going to smoke some weed. I'm going to drink a beer. I'm going to watch TV," all that stuff. They don't have any real relationship. They don't show appreciation for you. They don't show you, they're not excited to see you. That's like milk. For them to be excited to see you, that's like the milk. Now you're like that baby that says, "It's okay, I don't need the milk." This is the problem with Scorpio. It's where the moon is debilitated. Instead of capitalizing on the goodness of the milk, they try to learn not to need the milk. So I say, "Yeah, that's fine, honey. I'm going to be a good wife and not bother you with my emotional needs." How long do you think that's going to last? What's going to happen eventually is that the lack of milk is going to come to a head, where this is how babies get catatonic. If a baby if it doesn't cry for milk, it doesn't get enough milk, and then it explodes. It gets angry. And that's what happens with Scorpio energy. It's, what the fuck? This whole time for 6 months, I've been cooking you dinner. You come home, you put your feet up, you smoke a joint, you watch TV, and you don't say a thing to me. And I've been doing that for 6 months. And now I'm blowing up because you didn't see that this was a bad thing. What did you think was going to happen, asshole? and you blow up, the Scorpio will blow up, and the man's like, whoa, holy shit, where did this come from? Why haven't you been telling me this? And Scorpio gets milk, most like Taurus is like milk, no milk, milk, no milk, milk, no milk, all in a nice pattern. But Scorpio, it's like huge amount of milk all at once. And then, all right, now like a blow up happens. And then, all right, I released my energy. Now I'm not going to need to blow up for a couple months again. And then it builds up and builds up, and blah, the milk is this angry thing. You blow up. I'm not okay. We're good. We're good. I'm not going to need to blow up like that for a few months. And this is how Scorpio operates. If it's strictly Scorpio and not developing the Venus, the Taurus. The Taurus is demanding consistent, juicy, true relationship, affection, love, security. That is Taurus. It's earth. It's right there. It's palpable. And the way your chart is set up, Alice, because of all this stuff, you're somebody who wants to mutually build ambitious things with your partner and to have the time to build your ambitious things yourself. You are going to need to put in effort with this very difficult Venus of yours. You're going to have to put in effort to demand that time, to demand that milk. And not just to demand it, but to speak to it. And you can't force your man to do it, because then it's Scorpio. If you force your man to say, all right, honey, look, you got to see me twice a week. You got to come home. You got to surprise me with something, and it better be a fucking surprise. And I better not expect it. Flowers at least once a week. You choose the day. If you do this, you're doing it all for yourself. And the man's like, okay, honey, fuck, I got to go. And let's see, what's Thursday? I haven't done the flowers thing yet. Here you go, honey. Are you happy? They're daisies today. They were on special. We just dumps them on the table like that. You're doing that for yourself. That's Scorpio. Scorpio is not supposed to be asking for its own milk. It has to tap into Venus and the importance of the feminine goddess psychology of mutually seeking balance in the proliferation of the good milk of relationship, love, and affection and security. This is the Taurus stuff. This is the Venus stuff. And I think that this is probably one of the key things that I see my unconscious is wanting to mention in this chart reading. So there's a lot there to have just digested and developed on. Jupiter's number 4. It's interesting that Pluto is in the bottom here in the 4th house. And Uranus is in Pisces. So that Jupiter, it's a pretty happy chappy Jupiter. The real happy chappy planets, though, are the Moon, Mars, and Mercury is very strongly delighted. It's delighted by Jupiter, and it's delighted by Leo. So the Moon being strong here, thankfully, is going to allow you to, even though it's with malefic Mars, it's in the 7th house. And again, the Moon is involved with this starvation. So there is relationship things and energies that you've got to work out and to become healthy and mature in relationships. The Moon being in the 7th house with Mars is even more of a signifier of that. In fact, again, just like with our last Virgo rising, we have here Aries rules the 8th house and Scorpio rules the Ketu-driven 3rd house. Mars is a very bitchy planet for everybody, but it's especially bitchy and difficult for Virgo. Your Mars is well placed, but it is a malefic. It rules the unstable 8th house. And that 8th house energy is channeled into anything that it touches, especially as a malefic planet. So Mars is agitating in a bit this Moon in the 7th house. There is this more of a push here for this affection energy of using relationships to get over the sweet tooth of lunar security that you're seeking to build for yourself. Thankfully, your Venus, sorry, it's actually your Mercury is well placed in a way where you can really use your first lord and your 10th lord. Mercury has its own life. You as a Venus with a good Mercury, you have your own 10th house. You have emotional independence and financial independence. And it's especially helped, you've got it's interesting when you have Mercury and Jupiter together. They're interesting planets to be together because they own the squares from each other and the oppositions from each other. I kind of want to do a quick peek at the yogas in this chart. The moon's lord joins the Lagna lord in an angle, or they're joined in a great friend's Rashi or better, and a strong planet is in or aspects the Lagna. That's cool. So the moon's lord, which is Jupiter, and the rising sign lord, which is Mercury. The moon's lord, which is Jupiter, and the rising sign lord, which is Mercury, are together in a happy sign. So that's a positive yoga. I always love going through these yogas. We got Chandra Mangala yoga. It's moon and Mars yoga, which is usually good for wealth and building wealth together, especially in relationship. This can kind of have a business power, especially with Uranus here in Pisces in that 7th house. The Chandra Mangala yoga, which is the moon and Mars working through the 7th house. The 7th house is actually a business savvy house. It's an air house. And they are working through Pisces on that 7th house. Pisces is involved in that other yoga. What was it called? That interesting yoga of Jupiter and Mercury as the 1st, 10th, 4th, and 7th lords. So there's a business savvy there, an intelligence in business that's kind of cool. And it's probably going to help and support this 11th house ambition energy. But don't let your ambition overtake your capacity to experience your emotional relationship karma. In fact, because this 11th house ambition energy with these 3 fat planets all hanging out there is working through Cancer. Cancer is the primordial feminine sign. Every planet rules 2 signs except for the sun and the moon. The sun rules a strictly masculine sign, which is Leo. It's fire. The moon rules a strictly feminine sign, which is Cancer. So Cancer is the primordial feminine sign. So you've got most of your prana strength happening in Cancer in the 11th house, where the 11th house cusp is, which means having solid relationships is going to be a key part of the success that you feel in your life. Not just your personal relationships, which is very Cancer, but the relationships you have with your people in your business world. A big part of who you might end up being as you develop your business savvy is that you and your partner, it's interesting because the 11th lord is in the 7th house with this involved in this Chandra Lagna yoga, Chandra Mangala yoga. You've got the 11th lord of the moon with the 8th lord. Both of those are intense and kind of unstable energies, but they do well together. The moon and Mars do well together in business. And Mars is pretty happy with where it's at. So I see some good business potential happening in this chart where you and a husband or a love partner could be big business people. And you could, find some way to pool your energy and money together into some entrepreneurial venture, working with other friends to make some big business thing. And there's, 8th house kind of intense energies going between you and your 11th house partners. It could be a timeshare. You guys get a home in Jamaica, you all pitch in money for it and you rent it out. year after year after year. You have money coming in. Eventually that money pays for the house, so there's no mortgage on it. And you and the group of like 6 people that you all threw in for that money all start to get rent money from Airbnb, something like that, right? And then you all get to hang out in that 11th house thing that you've all built together and enjoy each other's company and actually enjoy that these are your business partners that you guys enjoy. Even XX is making a good point too, is that, this is like social media star kind of energy. It's a good point, XX. So keep your eyes open for that kind of thing. One of the main points I want to say here is that especially because you've got the nodes in this relationship axis, the feeling that you are stable in your relationship is going to be very important, because your relationship is probably also going to be your main business and money partner. Not just in your personal relationship, but the personal relationships that you and your husband or lover, I keep saying husband, but you mentioned you're mostly straight. So whatever you end up doing, when you are with a marriage partner or some kind of main partner, the things that you kick up together are going to connect you guys to a world of business with other people. And those will even be relationships in their own way. And if you are not happy in your primary marriage partnership, then it will cause conflict with your business. It's very likely that this will probably be how things go for you. And one of the key ways that you can work this out, it's not going to be doing more business. It's not going to be thinking of better business ideas, better business models for you and your partner. It's going to be from you demanding what you need as the goddess in the relationship, making sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted when it comes to what you mutually need in your relationship. Very interesting chart. We can see that there's a lot of things that I can kind of see and predict through this. Now you're only 21, my dear, so I encourage you to always keep this I think we did pretty good with this reading, considering it was a cold reading. I don't know, because awesome, Alice. It looks like you're with me and you're saying it's interesting. You earlier said it feels accurate. Now, you're very young. That's the tricky thing about doing charts for younger people. I still like to do it because you put in your birth time and you got chosen. The last thing I want to say is that you have the sun Atmakarika, which puts a bit more importance on this Leo. And furthermore, the sun is in the sign of Aquarius. So you are Aquarius Swamsha. So that's that Aquarius Swamsha in the 6th house. Neptune is in your Swamsha. So the Atmakarika is kind of like a key part of the chart. It is like the soul planet in a lot of ways. So Leo rules the sun rules Leo. So this very important Jupiter-Mercury sort of yoga going on here is well served by being in the sign of the Atmakarika. Since you're a Virgo, the sun rules the 12th house of Leo. So that shows that there's going to be a lot of your own spiritual work that you enjoy putting in. It's a blessing that Jupiter and Mercury are both these benefics in the 12th house. It's like you're going to put in work to something that you love doing for yourself. That's just a joy that makes you happy. And it's going to be channeling. There's a chain going on here, you see, let's see. Wow. It's interesting too, because Jupiter and Mercury are in Leo and their dispositor is the sun. The sun's dispositor is the moon, as well as the Venus and Saturn. The moon falls into Pisces. Pisces' dispositor is Jupiter. Jupiter's dispositor is the sun, which falls in Cancer. So there's this interesting chain going on in your chart. It's really it's a serpentine energy, man. Like, it's a very powerful businesswoman chart going on here, I think. The sun being the Atmakarika shows that this 12th house energy is going to be relevant. And it's going to show that you have to put in your own joyous energy into your contribution to the business that you operate through you, your partner, and you and your partner and your associates. Not just your business partner, but your marriage partner and all the associates that you guys keep. At some point, the Aquarian energy is going to be involved in this, which means you might actually be a humanitarian person. You might want to take some of the, especially with Neptune in Aquarius. See, so I'll explain quickly. The sun is your Atmakarika. It's because the sun has the highest degrees in your chart. Outside of, just the main planets, right? It's the sun, moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, and Saturn. The highest degree planet is going to be the Atmakarika. Now, there's something called the Navamsha chart. We're too short on time for me to describe fully what that is, but it's a harmonic chart. The sun's degrees are going to fall in a certain way in a certain place. For you, in the Navamsha chart, the sun falls into Aquarius, which means Aquarius is a key part of your soul desire and energy. Now, Neptune falls into Aquarius in your chart in that 6th house, which resonates interestingly. Virgo is the natural 6th sign. So you are probably going to put a lot of work and effort for spiritual reasons and love reasons into things that you believe in. Humanitarian causes, building wells for sick children in Africa. You're going to put in money to build a well. And you are probably a very humanitarian Aquarian person. And it's very likely that part of you wants to compensate for the lack of love you experienced in your childhood, if there was any, by sharing money and resources to help make the world a better place. And you could do that through the businesses that you operate through with this kind of powerful chart. It's kind of cool, dude. This is a really cool, powerful chart. Very interesting. It's interesting that the nodes are on this axis where Jupiter and Mercury are square to the nodes. And that's something to be said too. Gosh, we're all right. We're running out of time because I got to squeeze. There's always more I could say. But Aquarius and that humanitarian agenda is going to be a part of what happens in your life, I think. You're studying to become an elementary school teacher. Can that resonate with your chart? Sure, it can. If you're looking to be an elementary school teacher, the 5th Lord is kind of teaching in a way, as well as the 9th Lord is also teaching and education. Both of those are kind of damaged in that 11th house. So it's interesting that if you're an elementary school teacher, that's an interesting question. It's very possible that you'll feel that being an elementary school teacher is going to have a lot of responsibilities, that you need to have something to do with your life in order to give you value, in order to contribute to your relationships, and to what I think eventually will be important business partner investments, especially with your partner. But you need to be making money somehow along the way in your own humble way. Being a teacher certainly resonates with your Aquarian 6th house energy. And of course, Saturn rules that Aquarian 6th house, the humanitarian thing of wanting to actually help kids and teach kids. But also the 5th house is kind of a teacher energy as well. Jupiter is a karaka for the 5th house. It's creative and it likes to teach. Saturn is involved up here with the Atmakarika, with the sun. So a lot of that elementary school teacher energy might feel like you're giving up bigger possible jobs and opportunities and career opportunities for the sake of something that feels good in your heart. And since you're a feminine oriented person, I think that is a good way for you. Just keep in mind as time goes on, that will probably be, if that feels like who you are, it can certainly roll with you. And it can certainly resonate with your chart. Jupiter and Mercury together. Yeah, Your Virgo rising. Your 1st and 10th lord is Mercury. And it's conjunct Jupiter, the great teacher. So teaching through that 12th house especially is going to be something that gives you peace and allows you to have some money along the way, so that eventually you can use that money to do the bigger investment things that you want to do. I see you being like an investor with people that are your friends, along with your husband, lover, whatever. But you're only 21. You got a long way to go. And it's, yes, still figuring things out. But I'm glad to hear that this path feels good for this moment. Sometimes that's all that needs to be said. Sometimes that's all we need, is just to have what we need in this moment. So I'm glad that this feels good, because I think the elementary school thing is going to be a solid something, some kind of solid career that you'll be able to move through. As time goes on, I see business and money and love being kind of mixed together in your chart in a lot of ways. So that's not always a bad thing. It has opportunities to be shaky, as we know. But it's part of a karma of yours that can be put to good use and benefit, especially if you develop on Venus and you develop on Saturn. So for your own homework, for your own future, I would look up the qualities of Venus and Saturn, because those are the two most difficult planets in your chart. And see how you can see how showing up for yourself in relationships through Venus and demanding what your needs are for your sake, Saturn. Being emotionally, financially, physically independent without necessarily depending on anybody. That's all Saturn stuff. Reading about Saturn and Venus, learning about them, and coming into power through them is something that is going to fix what I think are the biggest holes in your chart. I see you definitely have a business side in yourself too. So you're going to need Venus and Saturn in order to know your value, to be hard and sharp when it comes to business. Especially, the one critical thing I will say about this chart is that there's lots of karma for mixing business and relationships and love. I think that your relationships are stronger than your business savvy. No problem, Alice. One thing I will say is that your relationships karma, you're moving through that more than your business savvy, but you've still got to work out your relationship karma too, as we've talked about. That's the big karma. If you ever had to go to a therapist, I would talk with them about how the love dynamic between your parents affected you, how you had difficulty with what your mother was to you and what your mother gifted to you, which is what she did, which is gifting to you a key part of your emotional nature that you have to accept and work through with some kind of loved one or a therapist. And once you've dealt with a lot of that very primordial Venus early age love karma, the next thing for you to do is to develop on like Tantra. Saturn and Venus are real root chakra, lower chakra, Tantra stuff of knowing how to be abundant as a businesswoman who knows what your needs are and will not let your emotions that is entangled in your business partnerships to affect your business, because it's a dangerous thing. That is a dangerous thing in this chart. It's combining love with business, love and friendship with business. They're not always the best bedfellows. They can be. And if someone has the karma to move through them, it's there. And you got to feel it out and remember to be savvy with business, because that's what Venus and Saturn are going to teach you. That's why I highly recommend, if you ever got into Tantra. When I say Tantra, I don't mean the Kama Sutra. I don't mean the postures, the praying donkey, or the, all the stupid sex postures. Tantra is a metaphysical psychology philosophy relating to the chakras, to self-empowerment, and especially to female empowerment. the abundance energy, learning all this stuff. Gosh, I know if you ever want to, Alice, and you're interested in what I mean by Tantra as a philosophy that encourages the production of self-awareness and abundance through all of the chakric fields, through all the chakras, and through your own psychoerotic juiciness, developing your own erotic capacity to be abundant and to demand, to own your nose, to express your boundaries, and to be firm when you know something is proper in business, and don't let your emotions be swayed by your firmness in business. It's all very Tantra stuff. And I think you would do well with it. You got a lot of feminine energy, and feminine energy is conducive to Tantra. So if you're ever interested in that, feel free to email me. And for anybody who is ever interested in any kind of personal chart reading, cormier.net. Astrology at dustincormier.net. If anybody's ever interested in giving me a call for a reading, hit me with that. But even if you're watching this video and you want to know what I'm talking about with Tantra, I'm still hanging with this girl who is into the real Tantra. She's growing more on it all the time. I don't mind pointing people to her because it gets people on her radar as someone who is very discerning about what Tantra is all about, because there's a lot of bullshit Tantra out there. I think that's it for, I think we've done a lot of digging with this chart today. I'm looking at the time and I'm realizing that I'm going to have to get out of here soon. I'm hanging with some friends in the city today. So it's been a long one. I wanted to go hard at it because of the beginning, whatever. I shouldn't be hard on myself. I feel pretty good about what we did today. Carrie B, you'd love to hear my recommendations for Tantra books? Do me a favor, Carrie B. I got nothing on the top of my head. Email me at astrology@dustincormier.net and I will send you my recommendations for Tantra books. Everybody, just do it. I'll take the time. I've got the time. Tantra is very important in the world today. Now, again, for everybody here, paypal.me/DustinCormier91. Yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. My name is Dustin Cormier. Now, Alice, my dear, I hope that this was a good reading for you. I hope it resonated. Again, it's hard to know because you're so young. Hopefully as time goes on, you can always come back to this reading and it will come as a little bit more clear as time goes on. So my friend that I'm talking about, what the heck? Thank you, Monster Reviews. That's a great question. My friend I'm talking about, you can find her on Instagram as Serpentantra. That's a great question, Monster Reviews. My friend, her name is Bria, and you can find her on Instagram as Serpentantra. She's probably going to eventually have her own website. She's somebody who I've gone out with for, me and her went out with each other for like 3.5 years. We eventually came into a place of not necessarily feeling like we are going to be, we're still very nebulous. We're still working out what's going on with us romantically and etc. We're still connected. I see her all the time. And she is someone who I would really deeply trust with knowing what Tantra is really all about. So she is the girl I'm talking about. I highly recommend Bria Dent through Serpentantra to get a sense of what this Tantra stuff is all about. But yes, Alice, thank you. Let's call it a day here, folks. And thank you so much to Alice for sharing your birth time with us and sharing your time in this reading. I know it's tough and it's crazy to get stripped to the bone with a reading like this, but you did it. Now, for everybody watching, thank you so much for hanging out. My name is Dustin Cormier. And as I said, you can find if you enjoyed this, and you should feel so inclined, feel free to go on paypal.me/DustinCormier91. There you can find a little donation link, but don't feel obliged because you guys hanging out with me have already done what I am seeking with this interaction, which is to practice my passion for consciousness, love, psychology, and astrology. Now, as time goes on, we're going to be doing more of these cold readings, but I think that I might make it in a way where it's like something that you've got to do like a monthly subscription for. So we're going to feel that out as time goes on. You guys will hear about it. And when we do that, it's going to support me in this practice, as well as supporting me in having the money that I need in order to continue doing astrology, and more importantly, to be able to publish my books, which is a thing coming up pretty soon. So it's been a long one today, everybody. We had a great session. I love you all. Sways, Robin Evans, it's nice that you popped in. XX, amazing. Emmanuel, nice to see you hanging out with us here too. Sways, let's see. Someone said that they learned a lot. Monster Reviews, nice to see you. Cami Q, I'm glad that you have been enjoying as well. Carrie B, Bill Cipher. Oh gosh, Bill Cipher kept asking this, and I never answered you. I gotta advocate for myself. If anybody is interested in paying for a reading from me, you can email me at astrology@dustincormier.com rather. Gosh, .net. Astrology@dustincormier.net. Email me there, and we can do some work together. And I can send you my greeting email, and we can do an astrology reading. So good luck, Alice. Good. Thank you so much again for hanging out. And also, so big hand to Alice, being a young person, throwing your chart out there. We really appreciate you taking the time to do this with us. Thank you very much to Jazz as well, who was our earlier person. It was a long one today, and that's always how it goes, folks. So every second Thursday of the month, until I get the new thing going, every second Thursday of the month, we're going to have another one in October. Join us for the cold readings. Come hang out, see if you can get your chart read. Thank you very much to everybody. Thanks for StreamYard for coming in clutch today. I'll see you guys on the other side. Keep your eyes on the skies. Have an excellent week. Stay tuned next week. I've got some videos coming out as well. Thanks for watching.